Welcome to the sixth hearing of the Select Committee inquiry into the government's management of the Powerhouse Museum and other museums and cultural projects in New South Wales. The inquiry is examining issues surrounding the government's proposal for the Powerhouse Museum and support for the state's museums and cultural sector more broadly. Before I commence, I would like to acknowledge the Gadigal people, who are the traditional custodians of this land. I would also like to pay respect to the elders past and present of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present. Today we will hear from a range of stakeholders, including the Minister for Arts, the Honourable Ben Franklin MLC, the Powerhouse Museum Board and Management, and an expert on flood panel. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have the right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice. Written answers to questions taken on notice must be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, I remind both the committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. And finally, please everyone turn your mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. I now welcome our first witnesses. Minister, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn, as you have already sworn and oathed to your office as a Member of Parliament, and similarly, Ms Pittman, you have already been sworn for this inquiry. I believe you've all actually been sworn. You also, Ms Foy? Thank you.
Yes, Chair. I get frequent firefly appointments.
Well, yeah. Well, we can come back again if you like.
Oh, no.
Would you like to make a short opening statement, Minister?
I would, if that's all right.
You keep it short?
I will, but I do think, because this is my first time in this role with this committee, I do think it's important that I put a few markers down. So it'll be, I think, about 4 minutes or so, if that's all right.
Thank you.
I have, Mr Chairman, an ambitious vision for the future of arts and creativity in this state. I want New South Wales to be known as a state where creativity is valued by everyone and where arts and culture is at the forefront of how we live our lives. For us to succeed and prosper as a state recovering from one of the most socially challenging and isolating times in recent history, we must embrace the importance of arts and culture in our daily lives and invest in great cultural experiences that bring people together. We must create fit-for-purpose spaces that enable our creative practitioners to create and show work and generate new opportunities for people to share powerful experiences and moments. Increasingly, people want to live, work and be at the beating heart of things. My vision is for a state transformed by arts and culture, where people are happier and healthier because they have access to enriching arts and cultural experiences. This is a state where every single person has access to a remarkable range of high-quality arts and culture experiences, regardless of where you choose to live and work. The Powerhouse is in a period of extraordinary transformation. With the establishment of Powerhouse Parramatta, the renewal of Powerhouse Ultimo, the expansion of the museum's Discovery Centre in Castle Hill, and the ongoing operation at Sydney Observatory, the Powerhouse is designing a new approach to museums. Leading with place and history, the Powerhouse and its venues will set a global benchmark for museums and cultural precincts, rewriting how institutions represent and reflect their communities. The investment by the New South Wales Government will cement the Powerhouse as Australia's leading museum of applied arts and sciences, with the development of 2 world-class facilities in Ultimo and the museum's flagship in Parramatta. As the first New South Wales state cultural institution to be based in Western Sydney, Powerhouse Parramatta will be a transformational cultural precinct in Australia's fastest growing city. Leading in science and technology and fostering our future STEM leaders, Powerhouse Parramatta will be the largest museum in New South Wales, with over 18,000 square metres of exhibition and public space, attracting 2 million visitors annually. Furthermore, Powerhouse Ultimo will undergo a renewal that would put the museum's notable design and fashion collection at the forefront. Presenting exhibitions that feature the museum's significant collections alongside iconic objects, Powerhouse Ultimo is an ideal site to host exclusive international exhibitions and programs that support the fashion and design industries. The expansion will deliver renewed and increased exhibition and public space and a significant investment in the development of a creative industries precinct that will generate subsidised commercial studios and workspaces. Lastly, the museum's Discovery Centre is home to the Powerhouse Collection. A key component of the Powerhouse renewal is the development of new storage facilities with research, workshop and community spaces that will provide new levels of access to collections on one consolidated site. Museums play an essential role in helping us understand and shape our culture and the culture of those around us. They connect us to the past and encourage us to think about the future. They have cross-disciplinary functions, linking science, history, art and education. And the Powerhouse Parramatta and the associated sites are no exception. This, Mr Chairman, is a once-in-a-generation investment in cultural infrastructure, and it'll ensure equitable access to world-class, innovative cultural experiences. Strategically and metaphorically, the site chosen for the Powerhouse Parramatta has power. For at least 40,000 years, the Parramatta people, a local Indigenous clan of the Darug Nation, lived on Parramatta River's banks. For the Parramatta people, the river is the source of life, the provider of food such as oysters, yams, mullet and of course eels. Today, the city of Parramatta has evolved from the river, expanding into a cosmopolitan and sophisticated hub of Western Sydney. The Powerhouse Parramatta sits at the centre of this reimagined city, the jewel in the crown. I firmly believe in the power of arts and culture. The Powerhouse will harness this power to help the communities of Western Sydney and beyond make sense of the world. But I also acknowledge the value of creative investment to deliver broad, tangible social benefits. This includes building the skills of young people and workers, generating economic benefit and building healthy, cohesive communities. This inherent value should be accessible to everyone, not just the privileged few. The establishment of the Powerhouse Parramatta and the strengthening of Ultimo will help equitably distribute social and cultural capital to ensure these benefits apply to all. I've just outlined why arts and culture is so vital to our society and how the Powerhouse Parramatta will deliver a number of powerful outcomes for Western Sydney. This project is important because art and culture elevates us and it enriches our lives. For me, that's why this project is essential, and we'd be delighted to take your questions.
Thank you. Opposition?
Oh, thank you. Minister, you would be, you mentioned in your opening statement that there'd be studios and workspaces. Yep. Are you referring to the Ultimo site or the Parramatta site?
I was referring to the Parramatta site specifically, but as we know, there will be some studios and workspaces in Ultimo as well. My understanding, and I'll throw to Ms Pittman if she has any further information, but my understanding is as some of the storage of the collection is moved from Ultimo to Castle Hill, that will open up some space in the Harwood building for some studio spaces there. But Ms Pittman, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
There is an ambition, and I know that you're going to see Ms. Havila later on today. There is an ambition from the Powerhouse Museum to be close to and connected to industry, and a component of that for them is to have that physical connection on site with them, and a number of the, I guess, attributes of the various museums will provide that opportunity for very close collaboration and engagement with industry, as well as with educational parties as well. Those will manifest themselves differently on the different sites, and again, Lisa can talk about her vision on that. But on Parramatta, there are some facilities that will enable parties from industry and education to come and work on the site, to have facilities there that will enable them to do their work and work collaboratively with curators and students and others directly on site. And in Ultimo, that vision is similar. So to really have that connection with appropriate parties that engage from an industry side, together with the museum, and how that manifests itself physically on the site will be borne out through the development of the planning for Powerhouse Ultimo.
Minister, on the subject of workspaces and studios, now you'll be aware that in the last 48 hours there's been a bit of a public discussion about I think it's 21, I think it's the Creative Industries Residency Program.
Yep.
And there's been a bit of community discussion and debate about the provision of those spaces. Have you, since there's been discussion or debate on this, spoken to the chief executive of MASS about the allocation of those creative industry residency?
So I haven't, but my office has spoken to the Powerhouse about the issue to get further clarification about it. And I might give you a little bit of background. As a cultural institution, the Powerhouse has a responsibility to support the creative industries in New South Wales. And core to that is creating a creative industries precinct within the museum. Creative industries residents will reflect a multitude of arts and cultural practices across fashion, design, photography, film, broadcast and First Nations. The residents work and collaborate with staff to deliver research and public programming outcomes. And over the last 2 years, the residents, like all Powerhouse staff, have obviously been impacted by COVID with restrictions imposed on site access. Now that the Powerhouse is open again, I'm advised they're actively working with residents to produce programming for their audiences. Examples of this include regular FBI radio programming as part of the Powerhouse Late program, fashion designer Jordan Gogos bringing his Australian Fashion Week 2022 runway to the Powerhouse Ultimo in May, which is a major milestone for the renewal of the museum. I think these creative residencies are really important to foster and encourage a thriving and surviving creative precinct around both the Powerhouse and more broadly in Sydney.
Okay, but Minister, I gave you a bit of an opportunity to discuss what we're referring to. So these residencies, who determines them? Were they determined by the previous minister, by you, or were they devolved to Ms. Havila to organize?
No, they are determined by a body within the Powerhouse. It's nothing to do with me, so I didn't know, frankly, that they existed, or indeed, not that they existed, sorry, I shouldn't say that. Yeah. I didn't know that the organisation that obviously was had the controversy raised about it yesterday existed until yesterday. These residencies are determined by, I understand, a board of 4 people, chaired by Ms. Havila. She would be best to speak to that, but they go through that process of determining which ones are appropriate and which ones should have the support given to the tenancy.
So when your office spoke to Ms. Havila yesterday, your office was sorry.
Sorry.
So when your office spoke to Ms. Havila yesterday, so you were reassured and you're now comfortable?
I don't know that it was to Ms. Havila, but it was certainly to the Powerhouse itself. I can find that out. I should just give you a little bit of further information that I have, which is the approval process for creative industries residents is made internally following a public expression of interest process. The residents are selected by a panel and recommendations are signed off by the Chief Executive. The panel members are Lisa Havila, Julie Banks, the Director of Curatorial and Collections, Michael Rodriguez, who was from Time Out and is obviously now the 24-Hour Commissioner, and Antoinetta Morgillo from Create New South Wales. So they are the 4.
So your office investigated yesterday, you were reassured, and all 21 stand?
My view is that Look, I understand the concerns about the particular organisation that was raised, that was mentioned. You know what I've said publicly, for example, about the boycotting of the Sydney Festival. I disagreed with it, and I don't think that that's in anyone's interests, artists or the community, for those sorts of boycotts to occur. And obviously, the organisation that was referred to yesterday is a strong supporter, so I disagree with some of their positions. But I also have to say that for an arts minister to start interfering in the selection of creative providers or artists based entirely on their political views or what political stance they might have, I think is a very slippery slope and in the thin edge of the wedge. The arts has always been influenced by politics and has always sent political messages, and I do not think it is the minister's role to start either approving or censoring any organisation or artist because of their political content.
Can we get back? Okay, I'm sorry. I'll take you back to the Powerhouse.
Of course.
So when are we going to get the business case?
Well, I believe that the business case is cabinet in confidence, but I'm happy to take that on notice.
And now that several
business case are you talking about?
Obviously, there's one already that you have.
But
Are you talking about Ultimo or Parramatta?
there was a discussion several days ago of the inquiry about the business case.
But which one, the Parramatta final business case or the Ultimo Creative Industries final business case?
Whichever one is not in the public arena.
I don't believe either of them are, and I believe both of them are cabinet and confidence.
You want all the business.
I know you want all the business and all the cases. Look, I'm happy to take it on notice, but my advice is that they're at cabinet and conference.
Okay, I'll be quick because I understand other members want to ask questions too. Now, as you said several days ago, construction began in
January.
In January. What is physically actually happening at the site?
I'm very happy to throw to Ms. Pittman.
No, I didn't get an adequate.
Very happy to throw to Ms. Pittman on that.
Ms. Pittman?
The site, there's a variety of activities that Lend-Lease is undertaking at the moment, and it ranges from establishment of the site and specific works that need to be done in order to accommodate the staff, their staff and their workers, etc., on the site. There are
Is that like portaloos and things like that?
it's a variety of things that will keep the workers safe and cared for on the site.
So is that construction though? So is it just like putting up portaloos for workers and things like that?
There are also some site works happening, and again, you'll see Tom Gellibrand, the head of projects.
You're head of Create New South Wales, and
Yes.
you're involved in Create Infrastructure.
Yes.
I'm not being belligerent. I actually genuinely want to know what is happening at the site. Like, I understand you're using phrases. I'm not from the construction industry, but I know what establishment of the site means. That means putting up portaloos, maybe taping off areas, pegging out areas, and things like that. So I actually want to know what is physically happening there in the construction of the site.
And apologies if I'm not being clear. I'm trying to give you that answer. And so the works that are happening on site involve some groundworks, as well as, and again, I don't have the absolute specifics of where they're digging and what they're doing specifically in those works, but I'm sure that that can be provided this afternoon for you.
I think there are excavation works happening.
There are.
Yeah,
There are.
Site occupation.
Site occupation.
I might ask a follow-up question. It would be, is it the case that in fact Create New South Wales is the client, but Infrastructure New South Wales is actually responsible for the construction?
Create New South Wales is the sponsor of the project, and Infrastructure New South Wales is overseeing the construction.
And so
of the
therefore,
project.
wouldn't it therefore be appropriate that well, sorry, no, I won't ask you that.
Oh, I can see another hearing coming up.
You're creating new witnesses, Mr. Harmon.
But I think it's also important to, there's an
But he's
awful lot
coming
of
this
works.
afternoon. You can ask him then.
We will. Sorry. Apologies, Ms.
That's okay. It's also important to note that there's an awful lot of works that's happening alongside the work on site to finalise the design, to finalise the procurement of the various materials and trades that will construct the buildings as well. So at this stage in a project, it's inevitable. There's an awful lot of activity that happens preparing for the commencement of erection of steel and those sort of things as well.
I'll just ask a couple of questions. And to you, Minister, why does the Parramatta Powerhouse have 7 performance spaces but no dedicated space for museum exhibitions?
Well,
there's an awful lot of talk about fashion design, all that nice stuff, but I thought we were talking about a museum, and especially a museum of applied arts and sciences.
of course. And
there's a lot of talk about all these other things, marketplaces, et cetera, but where's the talk about relocating, for example, the steam exhibition? Where's that going to be? Is that going into storage? Is that going to be actually functioning at Castle Hill?
So when you say the steam exhibition, do you mean the...
Live steam exhibition that was at Powerhouse Ultimo.
Yeah, right. Look, obviously, the most appropriate person to put that question to is Ms Havilah, who is in charge of programming, and she'll be able to talk to you about that. But in terms of the exhibition space, I mean, there's 18,000 square metres out in Parramatta.
But there's no dedicated space for museum exhibitions, and it does get very much, to my mind, says to me that the Parramatta so-called powerhouse, it's not actually a museum, but I don't know, a fun folly.
No, I just fundamentally disagree with your contention.
Farmers Market too, sorry. Yeah.
Of course, a modern museum is going to be a vibrant and alive and fluid place. It's not the museums of old, Mr Borzak, where there is a room with objects and they just sit there for decades. That's not how museums operate now. They operate in a way
That's not the way the powerhouse in Ultimo operated.
No, indeed. And that's exactly right. It's wonderful, and that is.
Yeah, but it's not going to be wonderful now, is it?
But it is, because you're going to have the opportunity out in Parramatta to have an enormous number of different ways that the community can interact with their collection and with arts and culture. Of course, there's going to be an extraordinary number of objects and exhibitions which will be on display in a range of different ways.
Leads me to another question then. How many large objects will actually be on display at Parramatta, and where in the building will they be displayed?
Yeah, so again, I would respectfully say I'm not obviously in charge of those specific details, and I think Ms Havilah is the best person to talk to. But I talk to that. But I can say that the overall impression will be incredible. I believe that this will be a world-class facility, and the exhibitions that will be there will be of a significant magnitude that I think that you will be impressed, Mr Borzak, when it's opened.
So could I...
Sorry. I've just got one more. I just want to go to, we're spending a lot of time talking about Parramatta and Ultimo, and even that, what actually perhaps may end up being the only real museum left, and that's the Castle Hill being turned into an exhibition space. But what's actually happening with regional museums grants program, particularly the community museums and galleries that are run by volunteers? I mean, this is also a large part of what this inquiry has been about, yet we have dwelled inordinately on the issues around Parramatta and Ultimo.
Indeed. And you would remember, Mr Borzak, over the last 5 years, I've often been the sole voice arguing...
Now you have an opportunity to actually do something, carve a bit of cash off this huge, big elephant $1.6 billion projects, and put some money in a sustainable way into rural and regional New South Wales. And what's happening?
I'm certainly looking into that. It's we've obviously got a budget process coming up now. If you go back and have a look at my inaugural speech, Mr Borzak, you'll see that I spoke to this very issue. I spoke about regional community museums and the importance of them, that they are a hub for their community, often the only cultural institution in a small town, and play a magnified role of importance there.
What are you proposing then?
Well, I'm working my way through the budget process now, and hopefully I'll have some good news to announce, which I obviously can't share at the moment because we haven't finished that. But I hear you. You're right. There is significant work to be done in that space in the regions, and you would know that that's something I'm particularly passionate about and that I'll continue to work on. I should note, however, as well, that, you look at projects like the Stronger Country Communities Fund, which has supported 93 LGAs throughout regional New South Wales, and there's been significant investment through the Regional Cultural Fund into community museums. Yes, more needs to be done, but there have been funding streams already.
Wasn't most of that money going into National Party and Liberal Party?
Well, the great thing about the Stronger Country Communities Fund is that it goes into every single LGA in regional New South Wales, and every LGA gets an appropriate amount, whatever seat it's in, which I think is a great program.
So Minister, you can't say what's happening to any of the STEAM exhibits.
Well, the STEAM exhibition is still at Ultimo, and it welcomes visitors daily, and that's a wonderful thing. You should go down and have a look, Mr. Shubridge.
No, I saw it before you spent $1.6 billion trying to reimagine it. It was there before and it's there now. It doesn't require $1.6 billion to go and see something that was already there.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a fairly superficial analysis to say that $1.6 billion is being spent on reimagining one exhibition. But
well, so I'm asking you,
yes.
Is that going to remain? Will the STEAM exhibition remain in Ultimo? Because it doesn't seem consistent with your vision, your government's vision, to turn it into a kind of fashion precinct.
Yeah.
Is it going to be fashion STEAM?
Fashion and STEAM.
Putting fashion at the forefront, that doesn't mean that there'll be an absence of everything else. But as I've said to Mr. Borzak, Mr. Shubridge, this is obviously a programming question, and I think it's appropriate
Minister,
that Ms.
this is more than a programming question. Perhaps one of the most critical pieces of our industrial heritage is that Watt's steam engine. An extraordinary piece of irreplaceable piece of our industrial heritage. Are you saying you don't have any plans, specific plans for that? You don't know what's going to happen with that extraordinary piece of our industrial heritage?
I'm saying that it's obviously a critical and important piece of industrial heritage, as you rightly identify, Mr. Shubridge. But what I am saying is that my role as Arts Minister is not to determine where every exhibition will be placed within the new precinct. But Ms. Foy might have... Can I just throw to Ms. Foy? I think we might have a...
Well, sorry, no, before we go to Ms. Foy, we've heard a lot from Ms. Foy in this inquiry. Will it go to Parramatta with all the risks entailed in transport and the costs involved in transport?
Yeah, so I understand your question. My answer remains the same, and I'll throw to Ms. Foy for further information.
Provided it's a direct answer, Ms. Foy.
I think I might refer to the several answers we've provided before in previous meetings of this inquiry, where I think it's the Bolton and Watt steam engine. I think we have submitted evidence both at the departmental level as well as Powerhouse about the steam engine remaining at Ultimo, is my understanding. But Ms. Havilah can confirm that. There are large items in the exhibition at Ultimo that would remain. There's also the facility at Parramatta for large items to be located there. Now, what items?
That's my question. I didn't get an answer to that before.
Yeah, that's where
there's a facility in Parramatta, and Ms. Pittman
on the ground floor
across the detail
or
of the design.
upstairs?
There is a museum presence in all of Parramatta. Now, how those spaces are described provides some flexibility. One of the things Ms. Havilah has talked about before is the large number of items in the museum's collection, some of which are not seen. So having a flexible facility, and I understand what you were saying before, Mr. Borzak, about the description of spaces, but having a degree of flexibility allows for a larger part of the collection to be exhibited, both at all three places, Castle Hill, Ultimo and Parramatta. The large steam engine items and the Catalina plane, also at Ultimo, we've also talked about before, and I'm happy to refer back to the evidence provided. Ms. Havilah will give you some detail, but by way to assist the committee, I think the things that are of importance perhaps to direct to Ms. Havilah is precisely what are the exhibitions that would remain at Ultimo, and we've talked about that before, particularly the large items. Secondly, how the spaces might be used at Parramatta. Thirdly, how fashion and design can coexist with the museum presence at Ultimo, as well as a creative industries precinct, and the programming around those things. So, and again, if I may assist the committee with discussions with Mr. Gellibrand this afternoon when it comes to the site at Parramatta, he can provide detail about what site occupation looks like, whether it's work sheds, portaloos, fencing, etc. What earthworks may be underway, what geotechnical work might be occurring to have a look at the ground level and what might be underneath it, any other assessments that might need to occur, detailed assessments, and how they might be planning for literally the pouring of concrete and the erection of steel. But they'd be the three areas I'd probably, if I can assist the committee, that I'd direct you to.
I think, Ms. Foy, you've done a good job in wandering away from the core question.
I'm very happy to be very specific about the core question.
Well, the core question was large items.
Large items
and
remain
you said
at
that there would
Ultimo.
be space for large items at Parramatta.
Large items will remain at Ultimo, and Ms Havilah can be specific about what they are. I just can't remember off the top of my head.
It's the Catalina, the locomotion number 1, and the Bolton and Watt steam engine. But Ms Pittman was going to add something further.
So Powerhouse Parramatta and Powerhouse Ultimo are both museums. They're being developed to the highest museum standards, in international museum standards, and that comes that includes.
Does that include the air conditioning system that we were told wasn't going to be up to museum standard?
The air conditioning system is going to be up to museum standard. When you design a museum, you look at a number of different things. You look at the floor loading and ensuring that you can. You have spaces that have the scale and the capacity to carry the weight for large items, but importantly also you need a pathway to get in and out of the building for those large items, and all of those things have been considered in the development of the Parramatta facility, and all of those things will be considered in detail as we develop up the plans for the Ultimo facility. I think the Minister has just said that there's already been a commitment to retaining the Bolton and Watt and the Catalina and the locomotive number 1 in the Ultimo facility, and that forms part of our plans, as well as providing opportunities for changing exhibitions that draw upon other parts of the collection, as Ms. Foy has said.
I guess though the question is, Minister, one Ms. Foy said was to Ms. Havilah, but I think is to you, which is, and this is what I think Mr. Shoebridge was getting at, you were very clear that your vision for Ultimo, your vision, you described it as your vision, that the government's vision is for a fashion and design centre of excellence. And it isn't clear how that exists alongside a piece of industrial machinery and trains and an aircraft. That is incongruous. And what has happened is those pieces were originally intended to move to Parramatta. That was the original plan. That plan has changed. They are now being kept in Ultimo, we've been told. And so the Ultimo site has not been designed exclusively as a fashion and design precinct. It's got all these different bits bolted on. We've got a train and a bit of industrial machinery and a plane hanging from the sky and a Chanel dress. It doesn't seem clear what the vision for that is, and it looks incongruous. It looks messy. So can you explain to us how that is your vision for that site?
So I think you've just slightly misrepresented my words, Ms. Jackson, and I'll actually go back to my words which are in front of me, which is, I said the following: furthermore, Powerhouse Ultimo will undergo a renewal that would put the museum's notable design and fashion collection at the forefront. And that's not incongruous, that's not antithetical to also having other focuses in the museum. To have...
How does design and fashion work with a museum of arts and sciences? How does that work together? I'm with Ms. Jackson here. I mean, you're talking about you're talking about fashion and design, but again, we don't hear you talking about technology. So it's a technology museum. That's what it was designed for.
Indeed, and there's going to be an enormous focus on STEM out at Parramatta, and there's no question that's one of the fundamental foundations of the museum itself. But of course, design is part of art too. Fashion is part of art as well, and that's why Ultimo will have a significant focus on that. Will that be, just one moment, Mr. Shoebridge, will that be the only focus? No. Almost no museum in the world has only one tiny, single focus. There will be, of course, there are other focuses, and I don't think that it's incompatible to say that there will be a focus on the heritage, and particularly the industrial heritage of the building, looking to some of the major objects to link to that, but also noting that fashion is something that's significant and unique to the Powerhouse, and something that will be focused on the Ultimo precinct as well.
Minister, this is what's happened, isn't it? The original decision to move everything to Parramatta pissed a lot of people off, and a campaign was done to save the Ultimo site, which thankfully was in part successful because the community loves it.
And the leadership of the former minister.
And well, that's your position. That's okay, and I'm glad that
someone had to make the decision, and the former minister is here, and I think deserves some credit for that. That's all I'm saying.
And I'm glad the minister acquiesced to that strong public campaign to keep the Ultimo site and made the right decision in that regard.
I thought it was wonderful that the minister worked hand in hand with the community and was responsive to their needs.
From a Stalinist who just tells lies.
Oh my God.
Order.
Look, I mean, that's just out of order. But yeah, that's okay.
Point of order.
I withdraw.
He's withdrawing it. Okay.
Can I just say I love these committees.
Having retained the Ultimo site, there was then the problem that a whole series of the steam engines couldn't be moved without seriously risking them, and you weren't quite sure what you'd do with them at Parramatta. And so you've cobbled together a scheme which will have some of the steam and large industrial items held at Ultimo grafted onto this new fashion and design position that you have in a very incongruous collection. And now you're making that out to be a virtue, but in actual fact, you've got a bit of a mess. You've got a camel.
The camel of the museum.
At Ultimo.
Well, you've got a horse designed by a committee, and it's turned out to be worse than a camel.
So what's the idea of the Ultimo site? A bit of steam and a bit of fashion. Is there a market for that? Are people coming to see dresses and steam engines? Is that the plan?
Well, that's exactly what's happening there now, obviously. There are...
what's been happening since 1988,
exactly.
David. Why would you think it wouldn't continue to work?
And it's obviously been successful and is passionately supported and loved by the community. But I just find this line of questioning a little odd. Museums can have a range of different focuses. I've said that the focus on fashion will be at the forefront, but it's a design museum. That's the whole point of the Powerhouse. And these are extraordinary examples, whether we talk about fashion or whether we talk about the sorts of industrial objects that you're talking about, Mr. Shoebridge, are extraordinary examples of industrial design. And this represents and reflects the museum's role in basically representing the applied arts. Design is part of every item in the collection, and I don't think that it's incongruous.
Do you understand how sceptical the community is about this? Because the original plan was to completely shut down the Ultimo site and find a way to sell it off to finance the Parramatta construction. And the community has pushed back on that.
And under the leadership of the former minister, it's now being kept as a arts and cultural space for the community in perpetuity. And I think that's an absolutely wonderful outcome.
Not an arts and cultural space.
And a museum. I mean, I wasn't trying to be cute there, Mr. Borzak. Of course, a museum.
That's the very point that's being made.
Absolutely, and I agree with you.
Yeah. Will there be any permanent exhibits at the Parramatta site? Is that the plan, to have permanent exhibits? Or are they large blank rooms that just
Ask Lisa in 10 minutes.
Is that the government's plan? Permanent exhibits?
Don't you got anything for Ben?
Or is it?
I have a question.
I will just...
Large blank rooms or permanent exhibits?
I will just put formally on the record.
He can have that fight.
Perfectly happy.
Have that fight. To you, Minister. To you, Minister.
I appreciate the question, Mr. Shoebridge, but I have to say, as is always the case, the former minister and I are as one on this. There is not a cigarette paper between us. We both agree that the appropriate person to ask these questions and all questions about programming is obviously Ms. Havilah. This goes back to the point that I was making before, which is I just don't believe that it's appropriate for government ministers to get involved in curatorial programming decisions.
So who made the decision to make it a design and arts portfolio? Was that a ministerial decision to make
a
that?
design museum since
Who made the decision?
1988.
Who made the decision to have the Ultimo precinct about fashion?
It
and
obviously
design?
reflects its use and the
Who
fact
made
that
the
it's been
decision?
used that historically.
You say it's not for politicians to make those decisions. Who made that decision?
Well, Mr. Shoebridge, you should obviously speak to Ms. Havilah about those questions. That's a programming issue. And as I continue to say, when we talk about programming or curatorial decisions, those decisions are made appropriately by the director, and those questions should be referred to her. I just don't think that's a controversial statement.
Minister, as Minister for Aboriginal Affairs also, and I believe your previous minister who is on the same page as you, and there is not a cigarette paper between you, why haven't you prioritised the development of our Aboriginal cultural centre?
So I have, and
You have? Oh, okay. Well, can you please explain where, when and how much?
yeah, I'm very happy to. It's actually a really important question and issue. The Premier has made it clear that one of his priorities is the establishment of an Aboriginal Cultural Centre in Sydney, that he has instructed me that as part of my remit, that will be one of the things that I'll be focusing on. I'm excited that initial work has already happened in terms of a coordination.
Is this a thought bubble too, or is it actually something concrete being put to cabinet?
No. I mean, obviously,
the budget process.
You understand, Mr. Borzik. Obviously, you can't create an Aboriginal cultural centre without having genuine collaboration with Aboriginal people. That obviously.
The government's had nearly 11 years to do that.
Well, I understand your question, but I've just become the minister. I've only been the minister for 2.5 months, and the Premier has made it clear that this is one of his priorities. It's one of my priorities too. This is a process that will be led from the involvement of both Create New South Wales and the Department of Aboriginal Affairs, and perhaps Ms. Foy might like to add to this, but I think it's actually incredibly important. I think it's incredibly important that there is a standalone space for First Nations people where their history can be told in an honest way, where we can appreciate and reflect the truth-telling and the songlines and the storylines of that 65,000-year-old culture, the oldest surviving culture in the world. I'm very excited about it.
Can I just ask one more quick one? Thank you. Just talking about culture and surviving culture, where is Willow Grove going to be relocated to?
So I'll throw to Ms. Pittman for more information potentially, but that decision will be taken in consultation with the community, and that engagement and discussion is happening now. Obviously, you would know that it has been dismantled, it is in storage, but again, this is something that needs to be done with genuine collaboration, but Ms. Pittman might have further points to add on that.
With the decision to retain, to rebuild Willow Grove, the first thing that we did was set up a community reference group. That community reference group is there to provide feedback and advice, both on the future use of Willow Grove, and the future site of Willow Grove. So we've been engaging with the community reference group. That group has a broad-ranging representation across.
But Ms. Pittman, you're not answering the question. The answer is that no decision's been made yet. That's what you're saying.
Well, the decision, I'm telling you the process that we're going to go through. But yes, no decision has been made yet on the site.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pittman, in an earlier answer, you talked about the elevation of the building at Parramatta, and you said that would affect large objects going into. No.
No, it just that wasn't quite what I meant. Yeah.
Okay, well, so can you take you back to those comments? So what I interpreted it to mean that the elevation of it in response to flooding concerns would affect what would be displayed in the building. So that's what I interpreted it to mean. Can you clarify the comments from my benefit.
Yeah, sure, I can happily do that. I was talking about access. So for large objects, you need to make sure that you have, the ability to move them into the building and out of the building, and that includes both the entry points into the building, but it also includes vertical transport within the building as well, and then pathways within the building to get these objects to their spot where they're going to be displayed. So all of that, and if I used the word elevation, what I meant was the elevations of the building and the various floors of the building. That is quite a careful process of the design to ensure that the building can function and can display the objects that the Powerhouse wishes to display.
Where's the time?
Okay, so the elevation of the building in response to flooding concerns will affect what can be displayed in there, because how you move them in and out, that kind of thing.
What I'm describing as the planning for the movement of large objects in and out of the building has nothing to do with flooding. Like
But the building's elevated.
The building is elevated, yes, and it's been. If you're specifically wanting to talk about flooding, it's been engineered to withstand the flooding, and has. I know that you'll be seeing some engineers this afternoon who will talk in quite a great deal of detail about that. Alongside that, there's the planning for the museum and how the museum will operate, and that's what I was talking about.
Okay.
All right, we'll draw questioning to a close. Thank you very much, Minister.
Thank you, Mr.
Ms.
Fawcett.
Foy.
Thank you.
Ms. Pittman, we'll now have a 15-minute break. All right, we're on air. Welcome, Ms. Havilah. Welcome, Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Go straight to questioning from the opposition.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Havilah, probably the big question mark over the Castle Hill, Powerhouse Parramatta, Powerhouse Ultimo is actually what is going to happen at Ultimo. What will actually be there? Will it be a fashion museum? Will it be will it be a fashion museum with a plane, a steam engine? What will actually be in the space? I think that is what the community actually genuinely wants to know, and people who follow this sector strongly with much interest, the various groups that do, I guess they realize that construction has began, or works began in January at the Parramatta site, but it's really what's going to happen at Ultimo and what is the vision and what's going to be there.
Yeah.
So if you...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Secord, for that question.
Mr. Chair, we've started
Mr.
proceedings.
Yep.
May I?
Sorry, we didn't offer
Have an opening statement.
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry, yeah, no.
Jumped right in. Sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Collins. He threw to me, and I just responded with
Yeah, no, that's no, it's my fault. I forgot about
Can we
that.
just defer Lisa's answer to that question just for a moment? And Chair, can I thank you for this opportunity and just make a very brief introductory comment. So much has been done since we last appeared before this committee, and we thank you for this opportunity to appear again and to update the committee on progress that's been made and issues that have been considered since we last met. I want to acknowledge publicly the extraordinary role played by previous minister, now a member of this committee, and just acknowledge that Don Harwin has done an extraordinary job as Minister for the Arts, to whom we answered principally securing the budget and the operating budget for the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences across our 4 locations, but three in contention and discussion today, namely Parramatta, Ultimo and Castle Hill. To have a $1.34 billion budget for these is extraordinary, and we the museum are deeply grateful for that and for the leadership that he has shown. I could go on, but Chair, I suspect you want to get to the nub of today's discussion, but I thought it would be appropriate to begin by acknowledging that. Since we last met, we've not only secured the capital budget and the operating budget for the museum, but we've also undergone rigorous...
Quickly, you mentioned what was the original figure you mentioned? 1.34.
1.34.
So how much of that is capital and how much is revenue?
That is the capital budget for...
So what's the revenue account for running these 3 museums over the next 12 months, 2 years, 3 years?
We're happy to provide that detail to you, but the 1.34 is the capital budget for Castle Hill, currently under construction. Parramatta, we're currently under construction, now in the hands of Lend-Lease. And thirdly, the complete Ultimo refurbishment, which is a very significant amount on its own and compares extraordinarily well with any bequest to any other Australian cultural institution, whether start-up or refurbishment.
You mentioned 3 sites out of 4. What's the 4th one?
The observatory at Observatory Hill. And so that is often overlooked when you look at our inventory of assets, but that is not the subject of refurbishment or redesign at this stage. That is an ongoing institution.
And the Harwood building, what's happening with that?
The Harwood building is in use today and remains part of our precinct, and we've had no instructions to the contrary. We're aware of the strong interest in it, and the devotion that a number of people have to that particular building. So it remains very much within the arts precinct at Ultimo.
There are no plans to demolish it?
No, there are no plans to demolish it.
Okay, thank you. Ms Havilah?
So,
Sorry, I thought you were finished.
So, Chair, look, that's all I wanted to say by way of an opening remark, and I apologise to Mr Secord for interrupting the answer process, and Lisa, I'm happy to hand over to you at this stage.
It was our fault. It was our fault.
It was my fault.
Mr Chair, I also have an opening statement if you'd like me to.
Please.
And thank you for the committee for allowing me the opportunity to address you today. I'd also like to acknowledge the traditional owners, the Gadigal people, and I'd like to acknowledge our Powerhouse Trust President, Peter Collins, and thank him for his great collaboration and leadership. I, the Trust and the Museum, are incredibly excited to let the committee know, as you know, that since we last met, construction is underway on Powerhouse Parramatta, and we are working at the museum very closely with our construction partner, Lendlease, our delivery partner, Infrastructure New South Wales, and also working very closely with our ongoing collaborator, Create Infrastructure. This is a major milestone for this internationally important project, and I'd like to take the opportunity on behalf of the museum and its communities to thank the New South Wales Government for their visionary investment into establishing Western Sydney's first New South Wales cultural institution. Since we were last before the committee, I'm also excited to let you know that the Powerhouse team continues to work closely with the communities of Western Sydney to develop partnerships and education and cultural programs. As the committee would be aware, the Powerhouse has a 4-year, $75 million philanthropy campaign underway. I'd like to thank the Powerhouse Parramatta Campaign Committee that is chaired by Tony Shepherd. I'd also like to thank our Powerhouse Parramatta campaign patrons that have supported us so generously after the last 12 months. Her Excellency, the Honourable Margaret Beasley, Ita Buttrose, Professor Peter Shergold, and Professor Michelle Simmons. I'm very pleased to let the committee know that while still in its first year, the campaign has reached $35 million of its $75 million target. I'd like to acknowledge and thank the Walker Family Foundation for their visionary $20 million investment, which will see over 10,000 students from across regional New South Wales and Western Sydney experience world-class immersive STEM education experiences through the establishment of the Lang Walker Family Academy. Many thousands more will experience an incredible new STEM program in schools, and the Lang Walker in Schools program that will start in term 2 of this year and will be delivered across 6 Western Sydney local government areas in partnership with the Department of Education. We have also recently announced Western Sydney University as our foundation university partner, and we are already delivering a broad range of community research and education partnerships in relationship with WSU. Earlier this year, we announced the establishment of the Vitoko Family Kitchen and the Vitoko Legacy Project, which will establish a full-time curatorial position that will research and collect histories of Western Sydney with a focus on agricultural science, manufacturing, changing land use, and food production. The museum over the last 12 months has also continued to extend its programs across Western Sydney through a partnership with TAFE New South Wales to develop creative studio programs in Parramatta, the establishment of a skills exchange and creative science programs in Castle Hill. We have also expanded our partnership with Darubbin Local Aboriginal Land Council and established a new partnership with City of Parramatta to support research and creative practice at Castle Hill. We are also excited about our new partnership with Google Creative Lab to provide digital access to Powerhouse Parramatta leading up to its opening. As our President has just outlined, since we last appeared before you, the New South Wales Government has announced a $480 to $500 million investment into the renewal of the Powerhouse Museum in Ultimo. The Trust, our staff, our audiences and communities are thrilled with this visionary investment that will have a transformative impact for many generations to come. Some highlights of the renewal include the creation of new international standard exhibition spaces that will focus on fashion and design, the renewal of current exhibition spaces to international standard to ensure that we can present more of the Powerhouse Collection, new levels of connectivity for the Powerhouse to its public domain and the expanding precincts around it, from Tech Central to Darling Harbour, addressing the many issues our visitors face with wayfinding and clear separation between back of house and front of house to ensure an exemplary visitor experience. The establishment of a creative industries precinct that will support and engage audiences with New South Wales leading creatives while creating an ecology that will support the growth and profile of one of our most important industries. The museum is working closely with Create New South Wales to undertake a two-stage development process in the lead up to a national design competition, which will be launched later this year. To update the museum conservation management plan, we've been undertaking extensive consultation, and this weekend at Ultimo, we have an open weekend that will include community consultations over both the Saturday and the Sunday. I'm very proud to let you know that in October last year, the museum reopened following the COVID-19 lockdown with 8 new exhibitions that highlight the extraordinary breadth of the Powerhouse Collection. Some of these include Robert Rosen's Glitterati, Clay Dynasty, which charts 50 years of studio ceramics and included over 400 works from the Powerhouse Collection. 500 Hearts, which was an exhibition that we produced in collaboration with the Chungcheon National Museum of Korea. Just recently, we were really excited to announce the first international exclusive retrospective exhibition of the renowned Australian designer Carla Zampatti, which will open later this year. And for the first time in the museum's history, we will stage a runway show as part of Afterpay Australian Fashion Week in collaboration with acclaimed Australian fashion label Jordan Gogos. And with the return of festivals and events, we will expand Sydney Science Festival and Sydney Design Week across Parramatta and Western Sydney. I have the greatest admiration and respect for the Powerhouse team. Not only are we together delivering extraordinary programs, but we are moving into the final phases of the Powerhouse Digitisation Project, which is one of the largest digitisation projects in the country and will result in 338,000 objects from the Powerhouse Collection being accessible to the community online. We are continuing to transition our workforce to deliver world-class museum outcomes across our 4 sites and to ensure our workforce is supported and sustained to be leaders in the field. In the last 12 months, we have established a Director of First Nations who is establishing a First Nations Directorate that will embed First Nations perspectives, not only across our infrastructure renewal, but across our collections, our programs, and the strategic administration of our institution. I, in partnership with the museum's leadership team, continue to work hard in the service of the public and our institution to engage our workforce, our delivery partners, our industry partners, and our diverse communities to honour and ensure that the investment that has been made into our much-loved institution has reach, impact and relevance. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Ms. Havila,
Yep.
so you got a taste of the question that I proposed earlier.
I'm happy to.
So construction has begun at Parramatta in January, or depending what. And the focus is now turning to what will actually happen at Powerhouse Ultimo. Discussion of the steam engine remaining, the plane remaining, but continual discussion about fashion, fabric. And so what, I guess, to address the community concerns and the representations that we are getting about what is actually going to happen there, what is...
So, thank you for your question, Mr. Seaclod. As you know, we are the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences, so we have an incredible encyclopedic collection of over 500,000 objects. It's a very multidisciplinary collection. And the way that we intend to focus our exhibitions that present those collections are that in Parramatta there'll be a focus on science and technology, and in Ultimo there'll be a focus on fashion and design. Now, focus means not to the exclusion of other, there is technology in design and there is design in technology. The world is not a siloed place anymore, and the way that our curators work so skillfully with our collections to tell stories of innovation and ingenuity really needs that crossover between those disciplines to tell those stories. At Ultimo, as you know, there is a commitment to retain the Catalina, Loco number 1, and the very significant, as you mentioned earlier, Bolton and Watt. Those stories of industrialisation, including the incredible STEAM exhibition, will be integrated into broader contemporary stories that we will tell across our collection, but those stories will also be integrated and informed by the work that we do with industry, whether it's industries across STEM or whether it's creative industries across design, fashion, architecture. And we strongly believe that as the museum has for the last over 100 years, worked very closely with industry to inform how we collect and how we tell stories and how we engage communities, that we'll continue to do that. Sorry, if I may, I just want to address your question around the STEAM, specifically the STEAM exhibition. We will retain STEAM, but as you know, that exhibition has been there for over 30 years. Many of the exhibitions have been at Powerhouse for over 30 years, and over that time, exhibitions and the stories they tell need updating, and they need to be relevant to the contemporary communities and audiences that we're in the service of. And so I believe, and the Trust believes, that it's our responsibility to make sure that we change exhibitions and we change the stories we tell. One of the challenges with Powerhouse Ultimo, if I may, has been because those exhibitions haven't changed, people, and I think I've told this story before to the committee, so I apologise if you're hearing this again, is that people only come 3 times sometimes in a lifetime. They might come as a child, bring their child, and then bring their grandchild. And I believe we have a responsibility with this level of investment that the museum, both in Ultimo and in Parramatta, in Castle Hill, makes stronger contributions back to its communities, but back to its communities in a whole range of new ways. Through exhibitions, of course, but also through in many other ways, from contributing to the nighttime economy through being open late and engaging with audiences in different ways. I think the big thing to say about Ultimo is that the world has changed around it, and it needs to change to reflect the world. And so the renewal is very much about that, making the museum relevant, bringing its past forward in a respectful way, but making it really deliver for its communities in new ways.
Thank you. Now, can I ask a question about the Castle Hill facility? From the latest proposal, or the latest plan, says that it will be 30% bigger than originally proposed. Is that recognition that many of the objects will simply be, of the large objects, will simply be stored there?
No, that's not the case at all. We have, although our most high-profile, very large objects are the Catalina, Bolton and Watt, and Loco number 1, the museum actually has over 300 objects that are larger than 3 metres, and we plan to show those collection objects both in Ultimo and in Castle Hill and in Parramatta. So we have the capacity to do that, and we'll retain and expand that capacity in Ultimo through its renewal.
Now, do you agree that the 2 million visitations at Parramatta, that's quite an optimistic, taking what you just said, that people visit the Powerhouse Ultimo maybe 3 times in their lives, as a child, as a parent, and then a grandparent. So if you're saying 2 million visitations a year, there's 5.2 million people, 5.3 million people in Sydney alone. So you're predicating it on the fact that most people in Sydney and or regional New South Wales, almost a third of the state is going to visit the Powerhouse.
I think the important thing to note about that...
That's pretty optimistic.
I think the important...
Address this on Tuesday. And
I just want to say that the 2 million...
You actually heard what she had to say, which was that they weren't... Anyway, but...
I mean, if there's a point of order, let's go on.
If you're counting online traffic as a visitation, well, then you will meet the 2 million. I'm sure of it.
No, this isn't online. if I may, Mr. Secord. Yeah,
Sorry,
thank you. No, that's okay. I think it is an absolutely deliverable number, because the way that we are programming in Parramatta is that there won't be permanent exhibitions, that the exhibitions will change, and that it will be a dynamic program with its museum exhibition programs at the core, but also those museum exhibitions will be very closely connected with a whole range of education programs, industry programs, and we are hoping, or we have planned, that people will come to the museum more than 3 times in a lifetime. We're hoping, 3 times in a month, because the program will be much more dynamic and fast-moving.
Is that really your plan, that individuals will visit 3 times a month? But quite genuinely, Ms. Havila, is the $2 million based on sense that individuals in Sydney would visit 3 times a month?
I'm just
okay, yeah,
I'm just trying to articulate a point. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Just on this point, can I just add in closing on this point, Chair, that from the outset, the Parramatta Museum has built into it the educational role, the Lang Walker Academy, the flow through of particularly high school students from Western Sydney. I think that itself guarantees a constant torrent of students coming through, and its best educational use. And one of the key objects that we have is, as an educator, and we recognise that this is a fabulous opportunity in Parramatta to do something new and different.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Havila, earlier on we had, when the Minister was present, from our colleague, the Honourable Walt Saul, residency program, and the Minister was asked some questions. Thank you. The Minister was asked some questions about the approval process, and he confirmed that he had not been involved in the approval process for those individual
Did you approve it then?
tenancies. I wonder if you might confirm for the committee that no ministerial involvement has taken place at any stage in the approval of individual applications for those residencies. Just clarify the information. Elaborate on the information that was provided earlier by the Minister, which I believe you heard.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harwin. Yes, so that we, as the committee is aware, we have a creative industries program where we go out for a public expression of interest, and we have an internal group. We also bring in, partners. We've had Create New South Wales members on that committee as we go through the selection process, and all of the selection and approval of those creative industry residents, the final approval is made by myself as Chief Executive.
May I just have one more follow-up?
I just want to follow on.
So from your answer, and let me make sure this is absolutely clear on the record, because it was asserted yesterday on 2GB by Mr. Ray Hadley that I had approved those residencies. You are categorically telling this committee that I had no role.
That's correct, yes.
Thank you.
I just want to do a follow-up to this. So Minister Harwin raised this in this session. I just want the record to show this. So, and he's saying that you decided, you and the panel comprising 4 people, made the decisions. Now, what is the commercial value of those residencies?
It depends. It's based on the square meterage of space that's available. So it depends on what we do. Is we do a commercial valuation of the office space, and then we apply a 50% subsidy, and then we work with creative residents to, they work with staff, whether it's curatorial or program staff or education staff, to develop programs with us at the museum.
So 50% subsidy for the 21 row.
Yep.
Who determines I mean, are there groups there that are getting the residencies at 50% of commercial rates?
Yes, so all of the resident, it's applied equally.
How many applications are received, roughly?
I'd have to take that on notice.
We're on the panel. You must
Yes.
have a genuine indication of how many applications.
We usually, just from memory, I'll have to find the actual detail for you. We usually about 50% move through the process.
One last one.
You
Sorry,
go, Walt, and then I'll follow you.
In the previous session, the minister confirmed that his office spoke after the Ray Hadley interview. And did they raise concerns about the due diligence undertaken involving those 21?
No, they raised no concerns.
Oh, so they were happy with your selection of those 21?
They didn't. I didn't. To be clear and exact, I didn't have the conversation. My staff had the conversation with the minister's office.
But wouldn't you have taken an interest in this matter since it was on the most popular radio program in New South Wales? I would have taken notice.
No, I had many conversations with my team about it yesterday.
So do you stand by your decision to fund those 21?
While I don't agree with, different opinions of, we have 21 very diverse creative residents, and I don't agree with all of their opinions. What I do support, and I do think is important for us as a cultural institution to support a diversity of practices and creative practices.
I guess, I appreciate that point, and I think it is difficult to say we'll only support artists and creatives who, create art in a very narrow confine. But because they are receiving a taxpayer subsidy in the form of free or subsidised space in institutions that we fund, I think, is there any sense of guidelines or standards or protocols? Because some things aren't acceptable, Ms. Havila, you would accept that. Like some things that are said and things that are done in the name of art are not acceptable to receive any public subsidy. And surely the museum would have some sense of protocol around that. I'm not saying any one of those groups necessarily is in that category, but going forward, is that something that the public can at least have assurance that there are some guidelines that guide how those decisions are being made so that things are not supported that should not be?
And we do have guidelines and criteria, and I'd be happy to share them with the committee. And yes, absolutely, we make sure that we broadly are implementing, the strategic direction of the museum, but we're also ensure that we're in line with overall government direction.
One question before I hand over. I just want to know, what is the total budget for the Creative Industries residency program? What is the budget for the allocation to it?
I'd have to take that on notice, but I'm very happy to provide it.
It would be useful to get a copy of those guidelines as well, Ms. Havila.
Yeah.
Ms. Havila, talking about industry residencies, there was a group called the Duo New World Daughter listed on the 2021 Creative Residence Program, and then they just disappeared. They obviously would have been selected under the criteria you're talking about, which we don't know what that is, but on what basis were they then suddenly disappeared? Because if you go to the website, they're just not there anymore.
So New World Daughter were a resident of the Powerhouse, and during COVID, they withdrew their residency formally. And
they withdrew it?
Yep.
And can we see something in writing from them that confirms that?
Yeah, very happy to provide that.
All right, thank you.
Chair. For myself, I think the less prescription we have in terms of artists and their ability to create and bring a variety of amazingly different ideas, the better. So, and I'm assuming that that's the basic philosophy in terms of who would be able to get residency. The basic philosophy is artists should be free to create. Is that right?
Well, the way that the program is structured is we also assess it on how those creative industries can contribute to the programming of the museum. So we assess it from that point of view as well.
All right. But you're not running a political lens over artists, Are you?
No.
And there's no intention to do that, Mr. Collins?
Can I say, Mr. Sherridge, that were the trust to become aware that our facilities were being used for any political purposes, such as campaign officers, preparation of some sort of campaign material for by creative groups, we would take a very negative view about that. But there is no evidence to that effect.
I think you misunderstood the purpose of my question. To the extent that art is often inherently political, it may be critiquing people in power, it may be critiquing decisions. I'm sure there'd be occasions where the Trust might think that there was a highly political point to an artist. I'm hoping that there's no intent at all to run that kind of lens over it to exclude artists. Is there?
We would expect artists to have, they're entitled to have their views, to have opinions very different to those of the trust, of the organisation itself. It's not our job to ensure compliance with a particular set of beliefs with artists.
And sometimes art will offend a proportion of the population.
Exactly right.
And that won't rule out the art and rule out the artists, I hope, will it?
No. Artists will be artists, and they will have their views, and some of those views will be strong, and they will express them publicly and get media attention for them.
In terms of the flooding risk, I note that there have been a number of statements made about the flood level from the rise of the river, and we've all seen the river rise 3 times in the last couple of years and flood the construction site, well, the majority of the construction site. Is it your position, Ms. Havila, that river flooding wouldn't threaten the exhibition sites? Is that right?
That's correct.
You're aware, though, of the views in Melino Stewart's report, which postdates the most recent, I think, Arab report that you have. And I think it's 2020, where Melino Stewart talks about the overland flood risk, because the overland flood risk is quite different to the river flood risk. And at least in that report says, and I'll read for it, to meet the requirements, the EIS would need to consider all of the social, economic and environmental risks posed by the full range of floods up to the probable maximum flood. And then says there is a real risk that floodwaters will enter the museum. For example, a flood with a 1 in 500 chance of occurrence per year has about a 1 in 6 chance of occurring in the next 80 years. Such a flood would enter the ground floor of the museum to a considerable depth and leave a deposit of contaminated silt within the building. Yep. That analysis is based not upon the river height, but based upon the overland flood and the potential blockage of the pipes. I haven't seen anywhere that you've got a flood study that meets that. Can you point out where it is?
Can I begin the answer to that? And when I say begin, I'm aware, Mr. Sherridge and Chair, that you have Infrastructure New South Wales and also ARUP appearing before the committee this afternoon to give evidence. I will say, as President of the Trust, that I watched these weather events unfold with more than passing interest and paid very close attention to the weather events that impacted on the foreshore of the Parramatta River where the museum will be built. And I'm very pleased to say, as an initial contribution, Mr. Sherridge, in answer to the question you've raised, that I'm greatly relieved that the site has come through those tests with flying colours and almost exactly in accordance with the engineering prediction and modelling. You will be able to cross-examine ARUP and INSW this afternoon. We can provide you with some preliminary detail now, but I suspect they will provide you with better detail this afternoon.
Well, so I suppose I'm not asking you as flood experts, because that's, I don't think, what your role is. I'm asking you as trustee and CEO, given these concerns are raised in Molino Stewart and given the Arup report talks about a 1 in 1,000 event having about a 12% likelihood of occurring over the next century, why didn't you commission a flood study to address those risks of overland flooding?
Well, I suppose the answer to that is that we work very closely with Create Infrastructure and Infrastructure New South Wales on the delivery of these projects. We also work with Arup, who are, world leading in terms of their engineering and flood engineering, and we have, very detailed governance around these projects, and I have complete confidence that the museum is above a 1 in 1,000 year flood risk, and I feel completely confident.
All right. So my understanding, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, is that the Stage 2 design brief said the collection should be displayed above the level of a probable maximum flood. And I think that's level 2 and above. Is that right?
Not that I'm aware of, but I can take it on notice.
What's the difference between a 1 in 1,000 year flood level and the probable maximum flood level in that part of Parramatta? Because the probable maximum flood is the probable maximum flood.
You're getting into an engine. I think the answer you probably require, Mr. Shivridge, is an engineering answer, which is very specific.
Yeah. We will do this in the flood study. I suppose these are questions that I thought would be tested and gone through at a trust level and at a senior management level when these concerns are being raised in the flood studies. And I'm just checking, was there a process at the trust level that tested these issues about, is this secure from a probable maximum flood? What about the overland flood risk? Did that happen at a trust level, Mr. Collins?
Can I say to you, the advice we have had from Arup and INSW and Create Infrastructure is that all of the modelling that we were notified of and received from those agencies came through these weather events very much according to the modelling. There was nothing, and I can assure you from a trust perspective, if there'd been anything to suggest to the contrary, if there'd been anything to suggest that the figures hadn't stacked up, that the modelling was wrong, I can assure you that the trust would have shown very deep interest in that, would have discussed it and would have asked for appropriate reassurances. We have seen no information which would suggest any defect in the modelling on which the museum is relying.
But you see, all of that modelling is about the river flood from the rising river and the impact of the rising river. But it would appear from the Arup report and also the Molino Stewart report that the actual risk to the exhibition doesn't actually even come from the river rising, other than the river rising, together with blocked pipes and large overland flooding, produces an even more aggravated overland flood risk. And it's the overland flood risk that continues to worry me on these reports, that wouldn't show up in your review of the river flooding, because the overland flood risk starts kicking in at about a 1 in 500 year flood risk as all the stormwater infrastructure gets saturated, the CBD gets saturated and the water pours in overland every bit as much, in fact more so, than it rises from the river. And I just don't know if that question's been asked at a trust level.
No, because there's been nothing to suggest that the total impact of inundation, whether it be from the rising river or overland flooding, has done anything to suggest that the modelling was in any way defective.
But I read to you from the Molino Stewart report, which says there is a real risk that floodwaters will enter the museum. For example, a flood with a 1 in 500 chance of occurrence per year has about a 1 in 6 chance of occurring in the next 80 years. Such a flood would enter the ground floor of the museum to a considerable depth and leave a deposit of contaminated silt within the building. And it seems to be consistent with figure 16 in that report, which has the overland flood risk significantly above the 7 metre level.
Yeah. While we are aware of the report that you're referring to, that is not the report that it's not a report that we adopt or which we see as overriding the ARP, INSW and Create infrastructure advice to the museum.
But you see, the Minister told us in estimates earlier this week that Molino is one of the premier flood experts for Parramatta, and I separately believe that. And they're raising these risks.
As they are entitled to raise the risks, and they are, I mean, they've stated a view. ARP, INSW and Create infrastructure have taken that view into account and have stood by the modelling that they provided to us in the first instance, and the Trust is reassured by that and the museum is reassured by that. We see no reason, particularly given these extreme weather events that we've seen just in between the two meetings, this meeting and the last meeting of this committee. We see no reason. We have looked very closely, I can assure you.
But they're not the events that present the risk. As I said, it's not the river rising. It's the river rising and then being met by extreme overland flows, and that's the risk. We haven't seen it demonstrated. We've seen the construction site inundated, causes us anxiety, but we haven't seen anything like the 1 in 500-year flood risk or the probable maximum flood risk that creates the overland flooding risk. So it's cold comfort, what we've seen to date.
And I suggest, look, we are not engineers and we are not the technical advisors. We have to act on the best technical advice available to us.
I think
and we've had sign-off by ARP, the agency, the consultant providing the independent analysis, and we've had sign-off by the two agencies whose job it is to technically evaluate and test that modelling, that is INSW and Create infrastructure, and there is nothing to suggest anything is defective in the modelling that was done originally and on which the museum has relied. And the other, I mean, look, that's as far as I can go technically, but optically, Mr. Shoebridge, all of us have looked aghast at rising water levels around Sydney with record inundation and the effects that it's had on infrastructure and proposed infrastructure. I can assure you the Trust has shown great vigilance over that, but we have been reassured that
I've got a related question.
By showing you this one document.
Timed questions, because you can't get a word in.
I'm sorry?
I'm more than happy to go, but I just want to show this one
I beg
document.
your pardon?
We might need to move to allocated questions, because you can't.
We may, because, I mean, the question's been asked now 3 or 4 times.
Oh, you go, Don.
There was one very quick question. It was stated by our colleague here, David Shoebridge, earlier, that, quote, the majority of the construction site has been inundated at each of the flood events over the last 3 years. They were his words, the majority of the construction site. Is that in fact correct?
No. So over the last the last 3 flood events wouldn't have got within 4 metres of ground level of the museum.
It's different to the construction site.
No, it's not.
Order.
Mr. Gellibrand can elaborate further this afternoon, but there was only a partial incursion on river level onto the construction site.
Can I ask a question, getting away from that? Ms Havila, in budget estimates, you were asked a question in relation to staff turnover, and you made a statement that since you've been there, only 3% of the staff have actually turned over. Can you tell me, and I actually find that hard to believe, since you took over, or certainly since this project started, I believe something like 90% of the staff have turned over, and that there are very few curatorial staff left at all in focus positions. Can you support your assertion that only 3% of staff have turned over?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I've done further work on this since budget estimates, and if I may, I'll just read through this detail. I am advised the average Powerhouse staff turnover rate over the past 3 years to December 31, 2021 is 3.7%, which is considered well within the range of healthy turnover.
Sorry, just say that again. In the last 12 months, 3.7%.
No, over the past 3 years, the average.
Last 3 years. What about since the start of this project?
Well, I'm only speaking to my period of time in my role.
Well, can I ask you to take on notice that you produce for us a document showing us what positions have been vacated, what's been renewed, and what the actual staff turnover has been since this project got started, when Mr. Troy Grant announced it? Is that possible?
Yes, I'm happy to
because
look at that.
I think talking about the last 3 years gives a very, very artificial view in terms of the focus relationships of the jobs that are there, and although staffing may be very stable under you, how does it compare to the way it used to be?
Yeah,
Mr. Chair, can I make an
Chair, we will
can I make an
provide that
observation?
information, but the comment that you made referring to 90%, 90% turnover is categorically incorrect.
So you're saying that...
But we will provide detail.
You're
we
saying
will
that
provide you the detail.
90% of staff that have left, in fact, didn't leave, and that they're all still there, going back to when this project started in, what was it, 14, 15?
I'm only referring to the last 3 years in the period that I've been in the role.
That's what I'm saying. I think only referring to the last 3 years actually doesn't give a true impression of what's been going on with the staffing levels and the focus of staffing. Yeah, look, I'm asking some questions now. I've given you a fair go.
Of how
I've given you a fair go. I'd like to see what has actually happened since the project started.
Very happy to provide that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, on the point of order, Ms. Havila, you began to answer a question in response to Mr. Borzak's original question. Can you, in fact, complete the answer that you were prepared to give? I still would like to hear what you were going to say.
Sure. So our HR team have the actual numbers, happy to provide them. The 3-year average is 3.75. As background, turnover of around 10% is considered normal turnover. And I've also got some details here around our People Matters survey, which I'd be happy to speak to. The decision to invest in the renewal at Ultimo mid last year has provided renewed certainty for our staff, and we are seeing that reflected in the results of our most recent People Matters survey, where employee engagement rose by 6%. Other highlights of the People Matters survey include wellbeing rose by 8%, teamwork and collaboration rose by 11% overall, employee voice rose by 5%, and job satisfaction rose by 10%. At the senior level, I'd acknowledge that some staff turnover has occurred over the past 3 years, and as a large renewal project, our needs are constantly evolving, and my role as the CEO is I need to be able to bring in the necessary skills and shift functions to best support our endeavours. And I'm very proud of the work that the staff have done and have been able to really recruit an incredible executive team who are leading and working closely with myself and the Trust and the government on the renewal project.
Ms. Havila, just a quick one. You said also in budget estimates that the Parramatta Powerhouse project had a 6-star green credentials. Can you support this with documentation, please?
Yes, very happy to.
Okay, thank you. Rose?
I just had a couple of questions. The Undercroft space at the Parramatta Powerhouse, is that intended to be a functional space?
No.
So there is no intention ever to use that space at all? It will be vacant at all times?
Yeah, currently the planning approval is that it's not for use.
And who has the responsibility for the sort of cleaning and maintenance of that space? Because in flood events, where I'm not talking about water getting anywhere near the building, although I accept that there is evidence that is possible. It is certainly possible that debris and other rubbish is swept up into that Undercroft space. So who has the responsibility for maintaining that?
the facilities team of the museum.
And there is the intention to be adequate resourcing for that, to ensure that, as I say, debris and other rubbish doesn't wash up there and sort of sit there for quite some time, potentially creating a hazard and also just being an eyesore.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So, yeah, you can assure us
We'll take
that
responsibility for that, yes.
And the last question that I had for now is, you know, in the Minister's evidence this morning and also in your evidence, you know, when you talk about the intention of the museums, other than the high school visitations, which Mr. Collins mentioned, I actually don't hear a lot of language that necessarily directs the idea that there will be an engagement with children, with young children, and I worry a little bit about you know, these concepts for these museums that have all these kind of lovely, pretty things that no one could possibly touch, and all these sort of fancy words that sound good, but as someone living in Sydney, you know, who's happy to see taxpayer dollars go towards things like museums, you want them to be places where young children can go. And one of the best things about the existing Powerhouse, from my point of view, problematic as it sometimes was that there was the Wiggles exhibition, your kids could climb on the trains. I mean, some of the exhibitions weren't ideal, to be honest. You know, they weren't meant for kids, sure, but there was at least a sense that you could take your kids for a day out there and there was stuff that they could do and touch. And so I wanted to ask a little bit about the vision for that part of the museums. And that's quite different to STEM and all those, you know, I'm talking about children under the age of 10, under the age of 12, who want to pick things up and break them and poke them and try things on, and that I haven't heard a lot of talk about as being a feature of the museums.
Can I begin, because I only talked about the Walker Academy and its 10,000 high school students a year from Western Sydney high schools. I absolutely share what you've just said, and let me assure this committee that our principal focus, our principal audience is the children of Western Sydney, and we will take them. We'll take them in from strollers up. It's about turning the lights on. It's about exposing them to ideas. It's about giving them excitement in learning, and that is our principal role and function. Indeed, if we do not succeed in exactly what you're referring to, we might as well all pack up and go home.
I think there is one of the great things about Ultimo and why it is so well loved, as you mentioned, is the ability for kids to have hands-on experiences. And one of our most popular exhibitions, of course, is experimentations and the space and transport halls, because kids can touch and learn through that type of immersive experience, which is informal, and that absolutely will be integrated into the exhibitions, the museum exhibitions that we create in Parramatta. And one of the things that is a central premise of all of the programming in Parramatta will be to actually reflect not only the cultural diversity but the actual demographic of Western Sydney. And as we know, it has the youngest demographic in New South Wales. So when we are working on the exhibitions and we're starting the process of really starting to develop those exhibitions, early learning and hands-on experiences will be embedded into those.
Ms. Havila, just quickly, just to add to that last question I asked, could you also tell me in your response how many actual curators are left at the museum who have that role?
How many curators? Yep.
On that note, in your answer, Ms. Havila, you acknowledged that there was some movement at the senior level, that when major changes happen to a museum, that does occur. And can you expand on that? Because there's been a number of senior departures, and I won't embarrass them by naming them, but the positions are Director of Public Engagement.
Isn't that a separate question? Really, shouldn't we have an answer rather than confusing?
She was getting ready.
Shouldn't we just have Robert's question answered first?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah. Yes, it's quite different. You're talking about senior staff, and Robert was talking about curators.
She was getting a note, so she was preparing to.
I don't expect you to answer that right now. I'm just saying put it on the list of other stuff that you're going to come back on, that's all.
Okay, we have 21 curators in total, and we are. They work across all disciplines, from science, technology to design and fashion.
And how does that compare with the number of curators that were there before you arrived?
I believe there's more.
There's more? Well, can you document that for us, please?
Yep.
Again, going back to when the project started. Thank you.
Yep.
Questions?
Yes. So, Ms. Havilah, you acknowledged that there was some movement at the senior levels.
There has been in the past, yes.
Okay. Well, can you expand on that, please?
About some of the changes in the executive team?
Yeah. Like
So-
I was going to nominate some of the
Are we
positions.
talking about voluntary redundancies? Are we talking about forced redundancies? Are people just moving on because
It's a
they have other
combination of
opportunities?
It's a combination of all of those things, actually. One of the
Multiple. There are, I mean, not a lot overall, but there are some significant senior management changes that have been undertaken in the last 12 months. We're happy to detail them.
Okay.
one of the key changes is we added a chief operating officer once the Ultimo was confirmed, and that was really to strengthen that element of the delivery function of the executive team.
So did the CFO, there was a CFO that left and a new one that came on, is that correct?
No, the position was changed to a much more senior role of chief operating officer.
All right, so the position, so the person, were they made redundant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask just one other quick question of Ms. Havilah? Ms. Havilah, where's the arms and armour collection gone? Has it been moved to Castle Hill?
No, I believe it is still in Ultimo, but we're preparing to move it to Castle Hill.
Okay, thank you.
David had a question.
Could I add currently is Willow Grove?
Where currently is Willow Grove? It is, Mr. Shoebridge, it is completely dismantled. It is undercover. You can tell me the precise location of it. I visited Willow Grove in the process of dismantlement to see how it was going. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we've got something like 50,000 reusable bricks out of it. We've got all of the woodwork, the glass, etc. I mean, it has been meticulously dismantled as opposed to demolished. And it is, I think, the Willow Grove that emerges, even though we will not control it and it will not be part of the museum, will be a superior Willow Grove to the one that was dismantled. I know that sounds odd, but where have we physically got it stored?
It's in storage in Western Sydney, and the project, as you would have heard from Ms. Pittman this morning, is being managed by Create Infrastructure.
Are you on the community consultation group, Ms. Havilah? Is there a Powerhouse rep on it?
No.
Ms. Collins, are you aware of the nature of the community reference group?
Of the
relocation of Willow Grove?
No, we're not aware of the relocation or the repurposing of Grove, and can I just say that it is an opportunity for government to look very carefully at how, well, one, where Willow Grove is relocated and how it's used, and whether the building which we have in storage at the moment becomes part of some larger government agency. For example, I'm just saying, putting this out there as an example, a future use could relate to women and children and so on, could relate to domestic violence. There are various things for government to consider, but that is now a whole of government decision, and it is outside the ambit of the Museum of Applied Arts and Sciences.
That's fine. Ms. Havilah, one of the proposed functions for the museum going forward is education. You say you have a big program for school kids is planned, is that right?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Are you speaking about Powerhouse Parramatta?
I'm speaking about the museum more generally, Matt.
More generally? Yeah. Well, for Powerhouse Parramatta, we've embedded an education program into the infrastructure. So we have the Langwalker Family Academy, which is an immersive STEM program. We're working very closely with the Department of Education on that program. We will start early this year delivering in-schools programs across 6 local government areas in Western Sydney.
And how many education staff do you have?
I would have to take that on notice.
Is it 4?
We have a number of casuals that deliver our program, and I think I'd have to take that on notice. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head.
Is it
Yes,
less
it's
than?
around about 4.
That doesn't seem consistent with a large education outreach program, having only 4 staff. Ms. Havila?
We've just recruited a head of the Langwalker Family Academy that's going to lead the delivery of that program, and we'll continue to expand our education team in line with the expansion of the museum.
Finally, I just want to show you this one document, which is figure 16 from the Molino-Stewart report, which incorporates all the Arup flood modelling.
Oh, Gabe's going to give it to me.
Have you seen that before, that document?
Get a better one, David. I got one.
Just figure 16. I opened it up to figure 16, which is found on page 5. This is Molino's charting of the Arup flood modelling. You see that in the middle of figure 16, there are 6 horizontal black dots where it says proposed Powerhouse Museum floor level, and it's about 7.5 metres above the riverbed. Do you see that? And then do you see the line that's about 3.5 metres above that with a flood level? You see that that's Arup Powerhouses, that's Arup's prediction of the flood level at a probable maximum flood. Do you see that? It's about 3.5 metres, maybe even more, above the museum level.
I'm not sure, respectfully, that I'm the right person to analyse
I'm
this
asking,
diagram.
Have you seen this before? The analysis of Arup's actual flood modelling, which shows the probable maximum flood level 3.5 metres above the museum ground floor level, or is this the first time you've seen it?
I'd have to refer you to Infrastructure New South Wales and Create Infrastructure.
But I'm asking you if you haven't seen it before, that's okay. I'm asking you, is this the first time you've seen that?
I've seen this report.
Can I say, look, I have seen Molino-Stewart documentation before. Whether I've seen this particular document and the particular page you are referring us to, I can't tell you today. I may have in discussion with Arup, but my understanding is that Arup would have seen this report, and or that INSW and/or Arup would have seen this report and taken into consideration the points that Molino-Stewart are making.
But you agree with me, don't you, that what it actually shows is, in the probable maximum flood, the floodwater's been 3.5 metres above the proposed ground level. That's what that actually shows.
No, I can't say yes or no whether I do agree with you, Mr. Shoebridge.
That's right.
Okay, I think the question's come to an end. Thank you very much for coming today.
Chair and committee members, thank you very much. We've undertaken to provide the committee with further information. We'll do so as expeditiously as possible. And can I extend an invitation to the committee collectively or individually, if we can assist with further information, please contact us and we'll do our best to provide accurate information in response to any of your questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're released.
Thank you.
I note that you've been already sworn, having appeared previously in front of the committee.
Yes, Chair.
Do you want to make an opening statement?
I would if it pleases the committee.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a statement on behalf of the Public Service Association of New South Wales. May I first acknowledge the land we meet on today, that of the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, land that was stolen and never ceded, and further pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I'd also like to thank the committee on behalf of the PSA and its members for its ongoing focus on our state's cultural institutions and the opportunity to appear before the inquiry today. By way of introduction, the PSA of New South Wales is a state-registered union of approximately 39,000 members, including well over 1,000 employed at our cultural institutions, which include the Powerhouse Museum, the Australian Museum, the Art Gallery of New South Wales, the State Library and Sydney Living Museums. They are the curators, the historians, the librarians, the researchers and the technicians who are responsible not just for recording our history and culture of our state, but providing access to it and educating our next generation about it. Frog in the throat. In preparing for today's appearance, we could not help reflect on how much water has passed under the bridge, pardon the pun, since it commenced. We first provided written submissions to the committee in May 2020.
And debris too.
We first provided written submissions to the committee in May 2020 before appearing before it in August that year. In the intervening period, one of our primary recommendations has already been adopted by government, namely that the Powerhouse Museum be spread across sites at Parramatta and Ultimo, not Parramatta in place of Ultimo. Our other recommendations to the committee in our written submission, namely funding for conversion for permanency for the largely casualised workforce, emergency rescue funding to cover for the loss of income during the pandemic, and the creation of a New South Wales Country Roving Museum have either been ignored or have had their opportunity for enactment elapse. The experience and observation of our membership at the Powerhouse Museum since the announcement of the retention of the Ultimo site in July 2020 has been somewhat chaotic due to a number of factors. There is a clear and contradictory approach to workforce management. While many of our members' roles remain in limbo or not filled, we have witnessed exponential and unprecedented growth in the managerial class at the museum. With the closure of the Ultimo site for renovation scheduled for December 2023, our members currently employed at Ultimo are still very much in the dark as to who will be doing what, at which site and when. And finally, like all members of the public, and we suspect the committee included, our members have witnessed with grave concern the proposed site disappear between murky floodwaters on an annual basis, firstly in February 2020, which was the committee's initial inquiry, secondly in March 2021, and now as recent as this month. In summary, the expansion of the Powerhouse Museum across 2 and possibly 3 sites is perhaps the largest and most expensive cultural project our state has embarked on for many a decade, if ever. After seemingly every announcement being shrouded in secrecy before being released without notice, that the implementation is being managed in a very similar manner gives no confidence to our members that this is being done competently or with the necessary levels of scrutiny and expertise. A similar and equally concerning situation is unfolding at the Art Gallery of New South Wales and its edition of the Sydney Modern Project. The new extension is scheduled for completion in June 2022 and to open in December 2022. But even at the time of appearance, less than 9 months from opening, we are yet to receive any official confirmation as to the proposed staffing numbers or the staffing structure that will be in place when it is to be operated. In light of the magnitude of that project, and one that we recognise as beneficial to the economy of this state, we find it astounding that there's a delay in determining what the size of this agency will be so close to its opening. I'm available for questions if the committee pleases.
Thank you. Questions?
I just wanted to ask Mr. Wright, thank you for coming along and thank you for that statement. I just wanted to ask you to elaborate a little bit on the concerns that you raised about the lack of clear information to the staff at the Powerhouse. I mean, what actually are there staff briefings? Are they weekly, monthly? Is there any formalised structure at all? That's my first question in terms of keeping staff updated. And if there is, what is that?
The structure at the moment is 2 parallel operations, if you like, 2 divisions is what we understand it to be. There's the BAU division, as it's colloquially called, for business as usual, and then there's the project group. What we are seeing are the two groups treated very separately by management. BAU's just sort of chugging along, positions aren't being backfilled. The project group seems to be getting all the attention. And what we haven't seen, and we've asked for it since the announcement by the government in June 2020 that Ultimo would stay, is some sort of project plan about how many people will be at Ultimo, what will be happening at Ultimo, how many people will be at Parramatta, how many people will be at Castle Hill, where will they be in the intervening periods when each of these centres is either being demolished and reinvigorated or built completely in the case of Parramatta. Our members are not clear about that. We have a regular consultative committee. We are told regularly that plans are still being developed, but we haven't heard, and it creates a fair bit of anxiety and uncertainty for our members this far since the announcement, and with the deadline coming closer than actually when the announcement was made, it makes them very concerned about the competency of the decisions being made.
Yeah, so just to be clear, you know, you and representatives of the staff are attending those regular consultative committees, putting those questions there that you just put to us and not receiving answers. For how long has that been going on? You know,
since the announcement in June 2020. Since the announcement in June 2020, we've been asking questions of management. Okay, what will operations look like at Ultimo up to its closure in December 2023? How's it going to be staffed? Where will the staff in? And forgive me for checking my notes because I forget the name of the actual building. The building beside it, the Harwood building, that's largely used for a lot of office space and curation space, and you know, people work in there to manage they don't work in the museum itself. The Harwood building's being turned over into a creative project. So our staff are saying, well, where will we be located? Will we be at Castle Hill? We won't be at Parramatta, that's not built yet. We're not getting any answers as to that yet.
And just in relation to the BAU group, as you called it, you mentioned positions not being backfilled.
Yeah.
Could you give us a sense of the scale of that? I mean, is it one or two? Is it a dozen? How many positions are we talking about?
So what I said in my opening statement is what our members are observing is that we find the two approaches to workforce management very contradictory. The BAU group, by our numbers, and it could be more, but we can track at least 41 staff that have left since 2019. Now, the majority of those roles have not been filled. There's no backfilling, and the reason we're told that is because there's going to be a restructure with the move, with the new centres opening up, with the new museum, but we haven't got that restructure yet. In the meantime, our staff are sitting in limbo.
And presumably potentially picking up some of that work that's not being done by people being backfilled as well? Is that causing a bit of an issue as well?
There's the additional work of, you know, taking the collection down and cataloguing it and moving it and trying to keep the Ultimo site some sort of functional museum until December 2023 while that all goes on. So there's additional work. There's no doubt that the work's there, that they're all juggling these old and new role at the same time simultaneously, but the positions that people that are leaving are not being backfilled because of a restructure, a pending restructure. Now, that is very contradictory to management's approach to management. At this time, and it's our observation that the organisation has become increasingly top-heavy. This is the list of directors that are currently at the Powerhouse Museum alone. Now, we can work out, in addition to the chief executive, there are two directors or two people that have organisational divisions below them. They're the chief operation officer and the direction of collections, programs and curatorial. Now, in addition to that, we have a director of strategic projects, a director of communications, a director of campaigns, a director of strategy and operation, a director of the office of chief executive, a director of design and delivery, a director of First Nations, an associate director of campaign, an associate director of First Nations. Many of those roles are new, if not all of those roles are new. Now, in addition to that, we've had a number of roles created without comparative assessment.
Sorry, Mr. Wright, could we just do it in bite-sized chunks? How many directors and assistant directors have been appointed, did you say, in the last few years?
I can point on these notes that we've been provided in consultation with our members to a number. I will have to provide the committee with the exact number, but there's a number that have been created beyond the current structure, and a number that also not just were created beyond the current structure, but were created as temporary roles under Clause 21 of the rules, but have been extended well beyond 12 months, which that clause permits.
Do you know what the entry salary point is for an assistant director or director?
We do not, unfortunately.
I know you had more to add, but
Yeah,
I just thought
no,
we'd try
sorry,
and
so-
do it in bite-sized chunks.
Yes, I apologise for that. So I have names, but I don't want to provide names.
That's fine.
Yeah, there are a number. What our point is, there is a significant growth in the managerial class. Not only that, it's a significant growth of temporary managers that have been not competitively appointed or assessed. Their positions have been just sort of made as temporary positions, but those temporary positions are extending. And they're also positions beyond the current structure, well beyond the current structure, that we're not sure how were created, by whom, and under whose authority.
Yeah, sorry, just to be clear, so those temporary positions that are intended to only last for 12 months, they don't require a full open appointment process, is that right? You can
Correct.
just sort of pick someone up, appoint them temporarily for 12 months, except that those people are working for years and years, is that?
Correct. That's our observation, the observation of our members.
And the position is never then made openly advertised with a full process of appointment and, yeah.
Correct.
So, right, is it your evidence that that those positions you've referred to, the managerial positions, were appointed without competitive application processes?
Not those positions. This list of positions, however, I understand were from our members, and I'm happy to confirm this in writing with
So
the committee.
your evidence is that all of those position descriptions that you read out, from COO right through to Assistant Director First Nations, I think was the last one you mentioned, all of them were filled with through a competitive application process.
I will double check, but I believe at least 3 were not.
Right.
Would be the Chief Operations Officer, the Direction Collections
No,
Program.
that was, I can tell you that absolutely was.
So that asterisks
Go on,
incorrect. But let me, I can detail at least 10 here that are senior positions that our members have identified that were created or filled without comparative assessment, and they're all senior roles. So they are the Director of the Office of Chief Executive.
Well, that's also untrue. I know for a fact that was advertised and filled through a competitive employment process.
Sorry, I apologise if that's not correct, but that's the information I've been provided with.
It's Susanna, and I know Susanna, and anyway.
The Creative Director of Sydney Design
You had to
Week.
apply for it.
Well, you mean
Yes.
the person that was here before?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, no, Don, this is not fair to the witness you going through and challenging each one, because we have to accept we have to accept your word for it.
No, but it is important that evidence that's given is accurate.
But what I think the way of doing just...
And that's why I actually asked him the question.
I'm going to take a point of order at this point. I think we let this witness give the evidence, and then if my colleague wants to question him, then I think the question should happen after the evidence, and I think that's the way. That's my point of order. Let the witness give the evidence, and if my colleague wants the question, can answer through questions.
That's fair enough.
That's very fair.
My information from my members, my delegates and my industrial staff, the following roles were created or filled without comparative assessment. I'll leave aside the position that's in dispute, but we can go on to the Creative Director of Sydney Design Week, Editorial and Publishing, the Senior Curator, that's a tongue-twisting word, Curator of Exhibitions, the Senior Curator of Culinary Archive, the Head of Digital Engagement, an advisory role in the Office of the Chief Executive, the Artistic Consultant, the Creative Producer, and there's 2 Creative Producer roles. So and most of those, with the exception of the Head of Digital Engagement, are created new roles that aren't in the current structure. So this is, even if I would submit that even if our facts are wrong on 1 or 2 of those positions, the observation of our membership is there is a large number of managerial roles being created. The majority of those roles are not in the current structure. The majority of those roles are not being competitively selected. They're being appointed for 12 months, and the majority of those roles are going well beyond 12 months. And at the same time, we are witnessing our own roles, the roles of our members, not being backfilled.
Okay, that was actually going to be my question. If you could draw it together. So what is your concern about all these temporary positions and positions made without a competitive process? How does that impact on the morale of the organisation, and what does it do to the organisation, and what does it do to permanent existing staff?
Our members are currently, as any workforce is concerned about the pending restructure, concerned about the uncertainty about their futures. Where will their jobs be? Will their jobs exist? Where will they be working from? What will they be doing? Who will they report to? To have additional managerial positions and director positions appointed above and around them at a time of that uncertainty when their own positions aren't shored up adds to that anxiety.
Also, we've had evidence about morale and about departures and disputed figures about, between 3 to 4% of staff leaving, but 41 staff leaving. So is there an exodus or departure of staff at the non-director level, and then they see the appointment of temporary positions? So is that what's occurring in the organisation?
The 41 staff I cited earlier are people that are not in that managerial positions. They are people that are within our management, within our workforce we seek to cover, the sort of positions I outlined at the start. I understand that 41's from there, so we're not talking about the managerial class that are leaving. It's the workforce that are turning over, and I would say 41 of the staff numbers at Powerhouse Museum, which I estimate probably to be around 400 from memory. That's a significant turnover in a couple of years. And that is adding to the morale and concerns of those that are remaining, that people are leaving, not being backfilled, and the uncertainty about the operative model that's going to be in existence, not only up till December 2023, but after that.
And Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I was just going to... Mr. Wright, can I just ask you to specify what the period is that those 41 have left during? I'm sorry, I don't think I actually caught exactly the number of years.
On the position I've been provided, it's since 2019.
2019, thank you.
I wanted to ask, in relation to the staff that have concerns about the lack of certainty going forward, are the majority of those casual staff, or what percentage of those are in casual employment?
The ones that have...
The ones that of your members who are expressing the concerns in relation to the uncertainty going forward.
When we appeared before the committee on last occasion, we were very concerned with the increasing level of casual employees at all cultural centres, but Powerhouse was a very good example of it. We can report that there's been a significant effort to increase the permanency around the visitor services offices, which was a large area of casual engagement that we thought was very unnecessary. People that are the meet, greet, guide around the organisation people. We didn't think they needed to be casual roles. They could be converted to permanency, and many have. However, we've seen an increased level of temporary roles and casualisation instead in the public programs area. So they're the people that are coordinating the programs around the exhibitions, whether the things that the people do or the public do as they enter. So whilst one area is decreasing in levels of casualisation, another is increasing. And again, it's just adding to the uncertainty about the centre.
Yeah, I mean, the reason that I ask is presumably for casual employees, that uncertainty is even more profound, because have those people been given any assurances in relation to actual future employment? Presumably for permanent employees, at least they have some sense of, look, I don't know where I'm going to be working or exactly what role I'm doing, but I'll probably have a job. What assurances have the casual employees had, if any, that they're likely to continue to have roles in the organisation going forward?
I'll take that on notice, if I may, but I'll double check. But to my knowledge today, none. It's an issue that we have been pursuing with museum management. I'm aware of that. The grave concern for us, if they're casual in a public interfacing role, they're engaged essentially as a casual on an hour-to-hour basis, they'll be lost, because there'll be obviously a period between Ultimo closing in December 2023 and Parramatta opening in 2025, is it projected, I think? It's well after 2023, that there will be no work for casuals. I don't know how they're going to be expected to be engaged in the industry meaningfully during that time. We would support some sort of transfer system between other cultural institutions in the state, but none of those discussions have been had to my knowledge.
Sorry, David, you go.
No. Did you have any more questions?
I just wanted to ask, in terms of some of that workforce, is it fair to say that a number of those people are younger people who have an interest in a career in the creative arts, but maybe they're still at uni part-time or are doing other things, and it's a bit of a stepping stone to get into these institutions while they're, you know, sort of younger, and there would be a concern about the kind of pipeline and the workforce if that group is just lost?
I think that's fair to say. My observations have supported that a lot of them are younger people that are interested in a career in the culture and arts. But I suspect there are other people that are outside that have worked there a long time in those roles and enjoyed them as a career themselves. But yeah, that would be my observation, that a number of them are younger people that really seek to, that's their entry point job.
So, Mr. Wright, if you were to take a snapshot of the number of permanent staff we had before the announcement was made, Mike Baird made the announcement, and the number of permanent staff we have now, have you got those numbers?
I can get them for you, I believe. I think they would probably reflect whatever's in the annual reports, but our observation is that the number of positions isn't the number of staff either. If the annual reports are only reporting the number of positions,
Correct.
It may not be accurate.
Yeah. Just in terms of I know you're asked some questions about morale of the staff at the moment. Is it, how would you describe the culture and the sense of belonging amongst the workplace, your members at the MAS?
Prior to all the announcements about the relocation of Powerhouse, I doubt I'd find a group of our members more devoted to their job than those that work in the cultural sector, and particularly at the Powerhouse. I doubt there'd be a group that are more passionate about the delivery of what they do. Since the up and down, and certainly I went out and met a large group of them after the announcement, and they were pleasantly relieved that Ultimo would stay. But I have to say the culture is one of anxiety. It's just not knowing. And given the magnitude of this project, this isn't a relocation of a, community corrections office from Tamworth to Armidale and 10 people affected. This is a massive, massive project. And I think they're very excited about the possibilities of having both Parramatta and Ultimo and different purposes, and I think we all as members of the public are excited about that, and possibly Castle as well. But as a workforce, I think they deserve to be kept better informed than they currently are. They are in the dark, and as this project looms closer, it just leaves them very uncertain. You have to remember that the announcement about Ultimo closing was dropped on them. The announcement about Ultimo staying was dropped on them, so they also live with perpetual anxiety about another announcement of a change of tact at some point down the track. So all they've ever asked for is to actually have these plans revealed. Presumably these plans are made. Presumably these plans have been well thought out about how things are going to operate. We'd really hope so, given how close we are to the date of Ultimo closing. And all they ask for is for knowledge, and that they can plan around it. And you can't underestimate the significance if they're going to work at Castle Hill for a couple of years, and they've worked at Ultimo and they live near Ultimo. You can't underestimate the impact that's going to have on their lives. So that's one small part of that anxiety.
Yeah, and have you, on behalf of your members, made overtures to management and said, when can we sit down? When can we talk about this? When can we get some answers?
I'll confirm that in writing to the committee, but I'm very, very certain we have. We have a regular consultative committee as part of the award, and I'm certain that has been raised on almost every occasion we would have met with management. I know it certainly was when the first announcement was made in June 2020 that Ultimo would stay. We certainly immediately started okay, how will it operate till its renovation date? What sort of operations are going to occur there? And I don't think we were getting satisfactory answers then, and I suspect we have not been receiving many answers since.
Well, for my part, I think those answers are urgent.
I think we've pretty much come to the end of it. Questioning today, Mr. Wright. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Hull, and the announcement that Ultimo is staying
He's back. Good afternoon, I should say. Yes.
Who are we waiting on? Sorry,
We've got everybody, all the witnesses.
Got all the witnesses, yeah.
And we have quorum.
Oh, I see.
Scottish flag.
This one goes to
We've got an hour.
2:15, and that one goes to, yeah, okay,
Yes,
gotcha.
yeah.
All right.
Let's get started.
You ready to go?
Okay, we'll get started. That doesn't sound very good. Thanks very much for coming. I note that Dr. John McIntosh is by video conference. You're already sworn, Mr. McIntosh, so we'll leave that. Mr. Richard Dewar, would you like to swear either an oath or affirmation, which should be in front of you there, and tell us your full name, title, and any other pejoratives relating to yourself?
Okay, I am the affirmation. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Gellibrand, likewise.
Tom Gellibrand, Head of Projects New South Wales at Infrastructure New South Wales, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Rogenkamp?
My name's Greg Rogenkamp, and I'm Head of Flood Risk Management in Arup, Australasia. And I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Does anyone want to make an opening statement?
We also have Mr. Dr. McIntosh.
Yeah, no, I've already recognised him. Yep. He doesn't need to be sworn. He's okay.
Already sworn?
Sorry?
Already sworn.
Already sworn. Already sworn, yep. Sorry.
Opening statements.
Opening statement from you, Mr. Gellibrand, or anybody? I don't want to get 4 opening statements. I just...
Mr. Chair, if I may, I've already said who I am and where I work for. At INSW, I'm responsible for the planning and delivery of a number of complex infrastructure projects, which includes the Powerhouse at Parramatta. I've got 30 years' experience in planning, development and infrastructure delivery through positions held at Infrastructure New South Wales, Sydney Metro, Department of Planning and Sydney Water. In terms of the Powerhouse Museum at Parramatta, my role is to deliver the project in line with the plans approved by the Department of Planning and Environment. That project's been through a development approval process and has received consent. The planning consent's been reviewed by the Land and Environment Court as well as the Court of Appeal, and the consent was found to be valid on both occasions. Flood risk has been a key consideration throughout the design development process. The museum design responds to the New South Wales Floodplain Development Manual and the relevant City of Council requirements. The riverfront public domain does include what's referred to as an undercroft space, and that has been specifically designed to accommodate and convey floodwaters. And the extensive flood modelling that has been undertaken and included in the application and other forms has been undertaken by Arup, which is an internationally recognised engineering firm, and it confirms that it would take a flood event in excess of one that could occur one every 1,000 years to enter into the ground floor of the finished museum, which of course would have far-reaching impacts on other parts of Parramatta as well as Western Sydney. The recent inundations that have been observed throughout Sydney and other parts of New South Wales saw flood levels in the Parramatta River approximately 1.6 metres above the river's edge, which is about 4 metres below the finished floor level of the museum when it's completed. It's also important to note that the majority of the museum's collection, let's say 80%, will be located on floors above all possible flood levels, along with the emergency power supply. And finally, it's my view that the Powerhouse Parramatta will be a very safe museum for the people to visit, as well as a place to house the museum's collection. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Are there opening statements?
Are there any other opening statements?
No.
Dr.
McIntosh, you want to make one?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all right.
Yep.
For those that don't know me, I recognise there are 2 members of the Select Committee who weren't on the committee at the last hearing that I was at. I'm a chartered professional engineer.
I have more than 40 years professional engineering experience. I have significant expertise in the area of flooding, its hazard, mitigation, and very importantly, the consequences of flooding. My concern here as an independent person is really focused on overall flood hazards surrounding the Powerhouse Museum site area. And I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to be of service to the Select Committee today to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
David wants to go.
David?
Look, thank you all for your attendance, and there's an enormous pool, if I could say that, of flood expertise in the room. Could I just start with just getting some baseline understanding about the flood studies that underpin the current flood controls adopted by the Parramatta City Council? I've had a number of people contact me and indicate that the rain data and the flood data on which Parramatta's current controls are based is 1987 rain data and flooding data. Is that right?
I might take that question and just try to clarify the terminology that you might have heard relating to the Parramatta River flood studies that the Council relies upon. If I can explain it this way, that there was a document published in 1987 called Australian Rainfall and Runoff, and that becomes, if you like, the standard, or technically it's a guideline for determining flood levels, flood risk. So there's a set of procedures set out there, as well as a comprehensive set of rainfall intensities. So that's what we call the 1987 rainfall depths and intensities. They were derived in the mid-80s and published in 1987. And so it was a collection of all data up to 1985-86, published in 87. And that's what the council flood models that are the official council flood models have been based on. Since then, there's been the publication of a much improved revised revision of Australian rainfall and runoff published in 2019.
Yep, and the Parramatta flood studies and the controls adopted by the council rely upon that 85-86 data.
Let's call it 87.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that makes it simpler. The data that was published in 1987.
Yes.
And there's no criticism of Parramatta Council. That's pretty much the data that's used by councils and planning authorities across the state because it's the most comprehensive statewide national data. Is that right?
It is, and there's obviously a period of transition going on across the state where councils are moving from the 87 to the 2019. And council has got a draft study using AR&R 2019.
And do your collective conclusions about the height, the flood heights, whether it's the 1 in 100, 1 in 500, 1 in 1,000 or PMF, would they be altered by looking at the more current data about where those flood heights would be?
The work that we published in our assessments in both the EIS and the addendum report identified that the draft council flood study using AR&R 2019 actually results in lower flood levels than the ones that we used in the assessment, lower by about half a metre as well.
How is that the case, given we have comprehensive evidence, broadly accepted, that we've got more intense rainfall and there's a substantial increase in the hard surface area in the Parramatta CBD? How do you have, 25, 30 odd years of more intense development, more hard surfaces and climate change impacts and have a lower flooding risk?
Yeah, it's a good question, and it might sound counterintuitive, but it's worth understanding that the way that the 1987 guideline was phrased and worked was that it relied upon a single temporal pattern of the rainfall. And in Sydney, the temporal pattern that commonly becomes the most dominant temporal pattern is the 9-hour temporal pattern. I know I'm getting into a little bit of technical discussion on the temporal pattern is, if you like, the distribution of the rainfall across a set duration. Okay, and so, as I said, the 9-hour duration is the duration that commonly becomes quite a strong, dominant storm in lots of Sydney, and that's been the case with the 1987 publication. It's a very, if I could call it, a very aggressive rainfall pattern. It's not, it's very conservative, and so it was always seen as being, if you like, an overestimate, the way that that temporal pattern was derived. The ARNR 2019 guidelines require the use of a range of temporal patterns. So we actually use 10 temporal patterns and take the median of those 10.
But I understood that I had some basic understanding that was some of the thinking in 2019 underpinning that. It just seems to be directly contradicted by the experience we've had of extreme rainfall in Brisbane and the Northern Rivers and at different times in Sydney. Just this year, the intensity over a 9-hour period being quite extraordinary. It just, I can't marry that analysis with just our experience this year. Do you have any views about that?
Nothing that would change your view without sort of diving into the actual statistics of rainfall analyses. All I can give you confidence is that the Bureau of Meteorology used a substantial data set to come up with these rainfall intensities that was much more comprehensive than those used in 1987 and a longer period of record as well.
Your flood data is referenced in the Molino-Stewart report, and the one that I have here is I think a July 2020 report, but I think there was a later report as too. But the data I have is in, I think it's figure 16 in that Molino-Stewart report. Do you have that?
You're talking about the July 2020 Molino-Stewart?
Flood risk review. Molino-Stewart, Powerhouse Museum Alliance, Parramatta, Powerhouse EIS flood risk review, and the one I have is dated July 2020 on page 2.
Yep, and what page are you on? For
page 5.
Is that the one with lots of red?
Oh, sorry, so he's replicating our figure 16, I see, yes.
Yes, that's, I think, your figure 16.
It's his figure 2, our figure 16.
Actually, you're right. His figure 2, your figure 16, okay. Yes. Yep. Can you explain to me what those, starting from the bottom, what the lines are on that document? If we start at the riverbed, is that right?
Start at the riverbed.
Yep. Okay.
Bottom line is the riverbed.
Yep.
If we're talking about the lines, and I'm working off a black and white copy, but
mine goes red, blue, yellow, green, slightly different red.
Yes. I've got a colour version here, but I can read the legend as well. I can.
Do you want me to hand you this?
I can. It's logical, the order. The next line up is the 5% AEP line, based on, if we're talking lines.
Yep.
The next line up is the 5% AEP line based on ARUP's two-dimensional model that was developed for the purposes of this assessment.
And
the next line above that is 1%.
You're going to explain what AEP is.
Sure. 5% AEP means that in any 1 year, there is a 5% chance of that happening, a 1 in 20 chance of that happening. Moving up, the next line is the 1% AEP, so that's a 1 in 100? A 1 in 100 chance of happening in any 1 year. And the line above that again.
It's a variation on the 1 in 100.
Yes.
Is my understanding.
Yes, sorry, it's the 1% with the climate change added. 1% plus CC implies 1% plus climate change rainfall intensity increases included.
All right.
And then the one way above that is what we call the probable maximum flood, which is about a 1 in 10 million probability.
All right. The line between, there's the 6 dotted lines between 7 and 8.
Okay.
That's the height of the Powerhouse Museum, is that right?
Oh, yes.
The ground level of the
dashed line
Museum.
there, yes. The dashed line is a representation of where the Parramatta Powerhouse finished floor level would sit at 7.5.
You say that the peak flood event, the probable maximum flood event, is extremely unlikely. You put it at 1 in 10 million, is that right, in any given year?
Roughly 1 in 10 million.
All right. What is, and I assume it gradates downwards, the likelihood as you get closer to the 1 in 1,000 and closer to the Powerhouse Museum floor level, is that right?
Yeah, there's an obvious relationship between the rarity of the flood and the height of the flood.
Yeah, and it's probably not linear.
No.
Yeah. Had you done any modelling to show what the likelihood of inundation of the ground floor level actually is? Did you do that modelling?
Yeah, and that's that modelling's documented in the addendum report. The level that gets, if we're talking river levels...
And we're going to come to overland levels next.
So if we just confine this...
And I assume this is all river level.
And again, we should preface that by saying all of this discussion is around river level. The river level, and again, just prefacing it, this is without climate change included, the river level that would get about half a metre within the floor level is about a 1 in 1,000 AEP.
Right, and then when you factor in climate change, that's the extra half metre, and it touches the ground floor about 1 in 1,000.
No, I don't think climate change would add half a metre to that. The climate change would add considerably less than that.
Just looking at this graph here, and it seems close to half a metre.
But you're talking about a flood level that's lower, therefore the sensitivity of the rainfall intensity increases is more significant at the lower levels. You're talking about the difference between the 1% and the 1% with climate change. The difference between the 1,000 and the 1,000 with climate change would be less than half a metre. But for argument's sake, let's say 0.3 of a metre would be my judgment on that.
Within 20 centimetres or so of the thing. And that's the river flood level.
That's the river flood level.
I'm happy to hand over. Okay. But I was going to then go to overland flood levels.
Okay, well, yeah. I was actually going to say, okay, well, but then you layer it on top. The earlier evidence we had is that it's actually not the concern, but primarily the flooding of the river, but it's actually all the hard surfaces and all the other on-surface water that adds to that.
So,
why don't you put your questions, David?
Yeah.
But we've only got less than half an hour.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you want me to explore?
Yeah, go David.
So first of all, can I just check with other witnesses? Does any other witness have any observations that may shed light on what Mr. Rogenkamp has said to date before I go to overland flooding? Dr. McIntosh.
I have an observation, if I may add.
Yep.
Good, thank you. First of all, when it comes to rainfalls and so forth, I think the most important thing to recognise is that the 1 in 1,000 and so forth is a design level, and it's been accepted, or it's an adopted design level. Now, there is always uncertainty with regards to what will actually happen, because no two floods are the same. The recent flooding was quite unusual, and indeed in Queensland, for example, we've never ever seen a flood or rainfall like that extend for so long. The response to catchments to different sorts of floods vary dramatically, and particularly so if the area of concern is a dam above it, because if you have long extended rainfall, you will lose the flood retention capacity of that dam and so forth. So there's a lot of stuff going to it. So I think the most important thing is to recognise it's a design level for that purpose, and that what happens in reality will always be different to what you see in design. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. McIntosh. Then, do we agree with that there's inherent risk in these modelling in the way that Dr. McIntosh said?
I think that's why we have a freeboard. You know, the freeboard accounts for uncertainty.
Yeah, and my understanding with climate change impacts on this, the 1 in 1,000 is a freeboard of about 20 centimetres. That's where I thought we got to. Is that right?
I mean, that's an estimate. We would probably take that on notice and come back with some detail.
Then that's the river flooding, but of course in an area like we're talking here, where you've got the river flooding on one side and you've got increasing amounts of hard surface and streets on the other side where water can channel down. You've also got the overland flooding that can come and run into the river flooding. Is that right?
There is overland flooding that would occur and probably has occurred in the past down Phillip Street from the local catchment, which, you know, the southern extent is not much further than the railway line. The western extent's Old Government House, that sort of size catchment. It's a small catchment. It's almost completely impervious and has been for a long time completely impervious. And that rain, that
channels down Phillip Street,
the low point is, you know, around the site, Dirabarry Lane, that area there. Yeah.
Yeah. So it channels down Phillip Street from the park, heads down east. Some of it comes from the south, and it channels down roughly where the site is.
And augmented by the pipe drainage network underneath.
There are 2 large pipes underneath to take some of the stormwater away. Is that right?
Yeah, in the existing situation and the design, yes.
And of course, in a serious flood, you get a huge amount of debris, and that can often block the pipes. And we've seen in the most recent flooding huge amounts of debris in that space. Would we agree with that?
Debris can block inlets, and that's why there's been assumptions around the blockage of the inlets in the modelling already.
So we've got 20 centimetres freeboard from the river flood. And then we have overland flooding coming in. Where does that take the water level in an extreme weather event? And let's say the 1 in 1,000 weather event. Where does that take the water level at the Powerhouse site? Is it below the river, which I would find hard to comprehend? Or is it the same level as river, or is it above the river height?
So there's a couple of important concepts to understand here. The overland flooding occurs in a different event, a different year, a different month than what the river would occur at. The river flood occurs from a long duration rainfall event in the order of 6 or 9 hours long. The overland flooding occurs in a 20-minute storm. So they're 2 different events. Right. And it's sometimes confusing to conflate them, to think, because they're on 2 maps, that they occur at the same time. If they did, that's not what we call probability neutral. That means you've actually looked at the chance of 1 in 100 occurring with overland coinciding with a 1 in 100 in a river. That's actually rarer than 1 in 100. So you then drift into a much rarer event. So we need to keep the 2 flooding mechanisms understood as being likely to occur at separate times, in separate years.
Well, we might come back to that analysis and see what, if any, analysis has been done of that. Let's then stick to the overland flooding as a discrete point.
And I don't think I answered your question fully, because you were asking what happens to the overland flooding, what's the river doing at that time? I think that was the intent.
Well, why don't we make it even more simple?
Okay.
Let's assume we have a torrential downpour of Brisbane-like, intensity. What does that do? Where does the overland flood in? How high does it get on the site? When the pipes are blocked, debris in there, what happens to the overland flood?
It's interesting you reference Brisbane, because it's where I live, and I lived through this event in the last 2 weeks. And the Brisbane event was a long duration event. It was a 3 or 4 day event.
Well, let's just say a torrential downpour, which absolutely saturates the catchment, 1 in 1,000 kind of event in terms of that intensity for the overland flooding. Where does it take the water?
In a 1 in 1,000 event for the short duration 20-minute storm that occurs on the overland flooding catchment, in a 1 in 1,000 AEP event, we estimate that would get to probably 7.6 metres.
All right. So that is over. That is.
That would be 100 millimetres above the floor level. And I think that's the numbers that have been quoted in the report.
Mr. Chair, may I ask one simple question, because I'm just mindful. Excuse me, Mr. Rodgenkamp.
Sure.
May I ask one question, because I'm just mindful of time. Okay, so that we can understand this, if the event that occurred in the north coast of New South Wales, in the Northern Rivers region, occurred the same duration at the Parramatta site, with the river, with the on-land flooding, with blocked drains, where would the flood levels be at the site?
That's not something that's easy to... But I can give you my professional opinion, because the events that occurred in northern New South Wales and southeast Queensland, and this is the point I've been trying to make, are long-duration events. And there was not events where there were very short, sharp 20-minute rainfall intensities that would have caused the sort of flooding that we have mapped with the Overland flooding around the Parramatta site. So the sort of rainfall event that is required to cause flooding from Overland flooding in the Parramatta CBD is a short duration rainfall event, more like a thunderstorm, if you like.
Rain bomb.
Yeah, if you want to phrase it that way. What we saw in southeast Queensland. If you're
finish, Mr. Answering Mr. Seccord's question, what would it have therefore done to the river?
No, the site.
Sorry, with the river, what would it have done to the site with a North Coast style event?
Would it have passed the 20 centimetres? The 20 centimetres that Mr. Subridge referred to, that little tiny buffer, would it have entered the building?
I couldn't answer that question directly, and I'm not too sure there's relevance in taking rainfall intensities from a latitude that is that far further north and assuming that they could occur in Sydney, because the rainfall intensities that are predicted to occur in Sydney are a lot less than the rainfall intensities that are predicted to occur in northern New South Wales and Brisbane for the same rarity. So I think as soon as you say if that rainfall fell here, you're probably talking about a 1 in 10,000 or a 1 in 20,000 event.
But we've had 3 consecutive events where there have been flooding, and on the North Coast we've had, in the last 5 years, 2 significant floods. So it's not within the realm of possibility that it could not occur. And we find that, in fact, whether we're going to experience weather patterns similar to what we have. So what would have happened if a North Coast event had occurred at Parramatta?
Okay, if I can answer it this way. If we had an event, a 4-day event, of an intensity or a rarity of, say, 1 in 1,000 occur over the Parramatta River catchment, the flood level would be, I would suggest, well below the floor level. Because a 4-day event is not what brings the Parramatta River to its peak level. It's what's bringing the Hawkesbury Nepean to its peak level, because it's a big 20,000 square kilometre catchment.
We will see. We will see.
So I might just put a question to Dr. McIntosh. Sure. I could be wrong, but my understanding from the evidence we've got from Mr. Rogenkamp, and I'll go to Dr. McIntosh first and then we'll come back to you, Mr. Rogenkamp, or any other witness if they wish to challenge the assumption, is that on a 1 in 1,000 year level with some climate change impacts, the modelling would suggest the river flood would get to within 20 centimetres of the ground floor. And with a 1 in 1,000 year flood impact in the Overland flooding, it would top over the ground floor by about 10 centimetres.
Sorry, can I correct that? Because I've just read that it would actually be 10 centimetres below the floor level.
All right. Well, there'd be a 10 centimetre freeboard on the Overland flooding. Yep. Dr. McIntosh, do you have any views about that kind of safety buffer when we're talking about an institution like a museum and the exhibits and the like, and the people in a museum?
Yes, I most certainly do. The first thing I'd like to say is in relation to Mr. Rogenkamp's talk about the different sorts of design storms. The overland flow design storm is that which is looking at overland flow only. That for the flooding of the powerhouse is for flooding in the river only. The design basis, which those rainfalls have been derived on, this is Australian rainfall and runoff, is not considered a combined situation. So, in other words, you can't, using AR&R, put those two together to try and look at a combined one as it currently stands. So, now moving on to that, to answer your question specifically, the primary issue here, I feel, and this is one which looks at hazard or loss of life and limb, or exposure of the general public to loss of life and limb, is not so much concerned with flood levels associated with the Powerhouse Museum itself. It's associated with the circumstances when you've got large flooding up to about floor level of the Powerhouse Museum site, and then you look at the broader area of what's going on in the community, and you see that the community surrounding that, that's Parramatta, CBD and so forth, is in a flood hazard area. You've got an issue all of a sudden where you have the Powerhouse site, which is effectively an island and separated from all emergency egress routes from that area. Now, that is a recipe for real problems when it comes to flood hazard. And I think that probably is the area which dictates further looking into, because when you're looking at protecting the general public from increased exposure to flood hazard, you're looking at how they will escape the area as the flood levels rise. And if you have a situation where they get trapped at a particular locality, then that's an issue which is of concern for loss of life. And so I think that's an area which I think really needs to be addressed. And when we're talking hazard, it's not what little changes there are to flood levels about the building, it's what's going on around the outside, around the area around that, around the Powerhouse site. Bearing in mind, gentlemen and ladies, that the whole idea of locating the Powerhouse where it is proposed, is to attract thousands and thousands of people there 24/7. And that in itself really lifts the ante with regards to the number of people that are exposed to the hazard. And that's one thing which I'd like to draw the attention of the topic of the conversation towards in relation to looking after the community's interests.
I will go back and ask Mr. Dewar and Mr. Rogenkamp to respond to that community hazard risk in a second. But could I ask you, Dr. McIntosh, if you could turn your mind to, you said there's inherent unpredictability in these flood modelling. Yep. Given there's inherent unpredictability in how it will impact in a particular catchment, is that 10 centimetre and 20 centimetre freeboard sufficient to deal with that unpredictability?
No, I believe it's quite insufficient to do that. The notion of a freeboard to take into account uncertainty is one where you've got reasonable understanding of the hydrology and the rainfall situations that you're dealing with, and the joint probability situations as well. It takes into account the uncertainty of the modelling and the data that goes into the modelling. Adding on top of that, uncertainties with regards to what rainfall patterns you use for design and so forth, that's a different kettle of fish. So I think it's insufficient. I referred to the Brisbane River and Catchments flood study, which I was an independent on the independent panel of review for, which was recently completed in Brisbane. In that study for the entire Brisbane River catchment, they did not use the AR&R design storms because they weren't sufficient. And they went back with the Bureau of Meteorology and other consultants to come up with a completely new set of temporal patterns which suited the situation because of the importance. So that gives you a flavour of it. But I've answered your question.
And the likelihood of a 1 in 1,000 year flood event over the next 100 years is something like 12%, is it? Or 10? Is that about right? About 12%? 10?
That's correct. There's quite a simple calculation. So there's approximately a 1 in 1 that it will occur or be bigger or be larger in any 1 year. So multiply that by 100 years and that approximately brings you up to the 12% chance that it will occur within the life of the structure. And it only has to happen once and the damage is done. And that's the key thing. So it's a 12% chance that in its life the design levels will be exceeded.
Could I ask any of the witnesses here to respond to those concerns that Dr. McIntosh has made clear about the flood island? If you've got, 2,000 people in the museum, in an overland flood you may have almost no notice of warnings of floods, but in a river-owned flood you may have slightly more. You've got a flood island. Does any of your learning and study show how you safely evacuate 2,000 or 3,000 people from a flood island in a situation like that?
I'll maybe say something. I mean, sure, if you put people in the floodplain, there is a risk to life. We can't get away from that. And certainly in Sydney, I could name places, we do studies in Sydney, and I could name places where you're going to get, a metre or so of water and people could die in it, unfortunately. So there's a risk to life in every floodplain, and obviously the safest thing to do is to put everything on a hill, but we can't do that. We've got a city in Parramatta, we've got a city in Maitland, a city in Lismore. We can't do that. So we've got to, I don't make the decision where the museum goes, but we've got to look at it as what we call best practice to see what we can do to ensure that we minimise the risk to life. We can't eliminate it, it's just not possible. And sadly, people drown in floods. Even though, we all say don't drive through floodwaters, and sadly they come to harm in it. So what's the, in answer to your question, the evacuation, our view is not to evacuate people from the building in the flood. The flood on the Parramatta River isn't going to last for days. It's going to last for a matter of hours. And so we have this term called shelter in place, which is...
I think you should be allowed to finish because he's giving a technical opinion. Okay. And I think we were going to hear from Mr. Rosenkamp as well. So then why don't you wait till... Sorry.
So shelter in place means to stay in the building until the hazard has gone. And certainly, it's a big enough building to protect people. It's got staff in there who know what to do about it. There is some sleeping accommodation, so that's an additional issue to consider, because obviously there'll be a sleep, and I don't know if they want to get out, but there is qualified staff there who can look after people, give warnings, close doors, and things like that. So there'll be no, we would say do not evacuate from that building. If it's chucking it down with rain outside, the people in the building, the office managers or whoever they are, they should close the doors and say, stay in the building until this passes.
And if I may, Chairman, I think to build on Richard's comments about staying in place, the building will have an uninterrupted power supply, which is a backup supply. It's independent of the grid. It actually exists inside the building. That'll be adequate to keep it operating as a normal functioning building in the order of about 10 hours, which Richard wasn't clear on number of hours the flood would take to subside, but I think it's less than 10. And obviously, Greg needs to add something, but in terms of flooding impacts, it's really important that we consider what is the duration and how much warning people will have of a flood event. I think if you go back to Nyngan, some of the Bureau of Meteorology were giving warnings of up to 2 weeks of a flood event. So we've got to think about, well, how much warning do people have? And then in terms of the overland flow path that the members have identified, what might be the depth of that water in an extreme event? So I think they're two things that are quite relevant.
I was just going to add to this topic by explaining what we mean by risk. So risk is a combination of probability and consequences. And that needs to be kept in mind when we're talking about probabilities of 1 in 1,000 in any particular year.
I have a lower risk tolerance when I'm in a plane than when I'm on a bike, as a general rule.
Yes, if you want to use that analogy, but I think in terms of just keeping it to the principles of the probability of the event occurring and then the consequences of the event occurring. So what we're saying here in terms of overland flooding is that there is, and just to correct the numbers, with a 1 in 1,000 AEP event over a 100-year design life, we would be talking about a 10% chance of that occurring in the design life. So there's a 90% chance that throughout the whole design life of this project, this water would not get within 20 centimetres of the floor level. Then we need to consider the consequences of that happening. And we need to consider the consequences of something else bad happening that might cause the water level to be higher, as you say, an error in the rainfall data and the cloud that John creates around potentially there be errors in the rainfall for Parramatta River, which I'm not aware of. All of that needs to be understood in terms of the consequences of what could happen and the rarity of it happening.
Okay, but I want to take you to the SES advice back to earlier about sheltering in place, that what you're actually recommending is in direct conflict what the SES says. And the SES, you're agreeing. The SES says do not shelter in place. So we have, based on the numbers that the government is putting forward, that we could see 5,000 people sheltering in place here when the SES's policy is that you actually evacuate during a flood, you don't shelter in place.
Well, I think you'd find, it's completely impossible to evacuate the whole of Parramatta in a flood. It's not humanly possible to do. The same as at, sadly at Lismore and places like that. It can't be done. So we look to see what is the safest way. And, I write a whole bunch of reports and I say, stay where you are, do not move. If it's a 3-day event, if you're in the Hawkesbury or even in Lismore where you're on the roof overnight, then yes, we've got to get you out of there. There's a risk to your life. But in a flood in the Parramatta River where it lasts for only several hours, you're safer staying in the building. You're definitely not safe driving the roads. There's trees falling, there's power lines coming down, and the SES cannot rescue you. They do not have the resources to do that. So the safest thing to do is to stay where you are, and unless it's the building's on fire or, if you're obviously if you're in a heart attack or whatever, then you can call that. But the safest thing to do is to stay where you are rather than to venture outside.
Well, one of the reasons they recommend against shelter in place is because it is particularly dangerous for frail, elderly, or people with significant health concerns. It can be particularly dangerous. And you give the example of a heart attack. It's just one of many reasons why the SES policy is, wherever possible, not to shelter in place, isn't it, Mr. Chua?
No, I'd say, again, it comes down to, I commend the emergency services, but practically speaking, they just do not have the resources to evacuate everybody in Parramatta in a flood. It's impossible for them to do it. So we have to come up with a way to manage the risk. And certainly in a new building, we can build it high enough above the flood level, and we can guarantee that it's not going to fall over in the flood, so you're safer to stay in that building to move. There's no need for people to move. There's toilet facilities, there's food, there's water, there's heat, there's power, and there's no need to move. If you go outside, you're going to risk your life in floodwaters with cars crashing, trees coming down, power lines. It is just not a safe thing to do.
I might say it's not a great spot to build a museum, Mr. Dewar. Could I just ask one final question, and it comes back to a matter you observed, Ms. Rogenkamp. Nobody has done the modelling of the river rising and the Overland flood in combination. That modelling is just not available in terms of the predictability of it of 1 in 100, 1 in 1,000. And well, first of all, is that right?
No, but it wouldn't be a complicated exercise because you're combining an event that might have a probability of 1 in 100 with another event that might have a probability of 1 in 100. You would end up with a very rare event.
My understanding of Dr. McIntosh's observations on that, and I could be wrong and he'll speak for himself, was that it'd be wrong just simply to conflate them as two separate events, that indeed the events that may produce prolonged flooding may also produce intense rainfall, but Dr. McIntosh may speak for himself.
I agree. The issue here is making sure that you are using the most appropriate temporal patterns of rainfall to meet with the situation. And I do disagree with the point that they can't be overlaid. It's very, very possible and probable that you will have a 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000 year design rainfall event which is suitable for coming up with peak flood levels in the Parramatta River, and that those real live events, which also included high intensity bursts for local catchments, weren't included and considered in the development of those design curves, purely because for the purposes of Parramatta River they weren't critical. But when you're looking at both of them, that is the case. So I am saying it needs to be looked at, and it is a realistic scenario to consider. And the whole issue of what happens in the flooding around the Powerhouse Museum site is the critical one, because we are looking at how do you evacuate people from the area in a timely manner, and we are looking at not at not basically making the hazard worse. And so when it comes back down to have we got a choice here about exposing the public to increased flood hazard, well, we have got a choice because the building isn't there yet. That's the choice. And that needs to be taken into consider when we're talking about loss of life risk. And putting probabilities on loss of life is a difficult thing to do. And I suggest it's not the same as setting a floor level for a building. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've no more questions. I think we've run out of time rather than run out of questions. Come to the end of questioning for this session at the moment. Thank you very much for coming.
You will.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on the air. Okay, welcome Ms Davis and Ms Mead. Thank you very much for coming in. You've both been previously sworn, so you don't need to do that again. Would either of you or both of you like to make a short opening statement?
I think we both are.
Okay, we'll start with you, Ms Mead.
Thank you first to the committee for inviting myself on behalf of the North Parramatta Residents Action Group in again to address the inquiry. I just wanted to mention today that people from all over Sydney fought valiantly for the 1890s Victorian Italian at Villa Willow Grove for just over 3 years. And I'd like to take this opportunity today to acknowledge every single one of them for their efforts, enthusiasm and endurance to try and save our heritage from unnecessary destruction. It broke our hearts to see the New South Wales Government give a special exemption to House Building Services to carry out the demolition of Willow Grove, all while the construction industry was in a pandemic lockdown and the suburbs of just Western Sydney were under curfew watch of the ADF. The distress over the loss of part of Parramatta's history has not disappeared. The community members still comment that they cannot bring themselves to walk past where Willow Grove once was, as it's too upsetting. Many declare that they will never set foot in the Powerhouse Convention Centre over this betrayal. I think the damage this project has made to not only the heritage, but to the people of Parramatta is deeply underestimated by the people involved in the Powerhouse project and this government. The sadness is real. And when you see any news on the Powerhouse Parramatta, the overwhelming comments that follow are the words flood and heritage destruction. The North Parramatta Residents Action Group, as with the National Trust, do not support the remains of Willow Grove being rebuilt, and especially not to be rebuilt on the grounds of the historic Cumberland Hospital Precinct, otherwise known as the North Parramatta Heritage Precinct. This would be a double crime to the heritage of Parramatta by disrespecting the First Nation and colonial heritage of this World Heritage-worthy estate. This site of such national significance must be the home of our museum and cultural precinct. For years, this government has argued with our community campaign to have the museum funding redirected to this 26-hectare non-flooding site for the suitable world-class museum. But we were argued that it was too far away from the Parramatta CBD for people to visit, despite it only being 950 metres away and a light rail stop in the middle of it. However, on the 1st of December last year, the government have finally acknowledged this site would make a perfect location for a museum when the former Arts and Heritage Minister Don Harwin announced $3 million funding for a business case into a museum on the female factory convict site. I'd like to quote from Linda Morris's article in the SMH, where the Minister for Aboriginal Affairs and Arts, Don Harwin, said the funding would enable the government to plan the transformation of the Parramatta Female Factory into a public museum and plan the development of an arts and cultural precinct for Western Sydney creative organisations to operate out of and collaborate from. This is exactly the proposal our group has made to the Minister in his offices in 2017, and we also met with the Treasurer at the time, Dominic Perrottet's Arts Advisor, with the vision for this entire precinct. We were also requested to make a business case plan for this, which we delivered also to this inquiry. However, the public is still totally confused about what is being delivered to the riverbank as anything more than a commercial convention centre. All the details the public have been made aware of is a 200-seat MasterChef theatre, a Lang Walker Academy, a dormitory for students, and a retail strategy that includes a brewery and an e-gaming hub. All of this is fine, and every city should have these things. However, this shouldn't be coming from our cultural funding model, and this is not a community-supported project. There is no excitement behind it. The NPRAG members urge this government to redirect the cultural funding for the museum for families, as we were promised, to North Parramatta, where we can celebrate our social history of First Nations, migration from colonialisation to the diversity we enjoy today in an open-air precinct which is free of flooding issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms Mead. Councillor Davis. Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor.
Sorry, Madam Lord Mayor.
Thank you for this opportunity. As a long-time resident and the Lord Mayor of the City of Parramatta, I'm passionate about seeing our city continue to flourish. One of my priorities is achieving a redeveloped Riverside Theatres and working to ensure Riverside and the Powerhouse Parramatta complement each other so that we can realise the long-term vision of Parramatta as the primary arts precinct outside the Sydney CBD. I've always welcomed state government investment in our city. However, it cannot continue to be at the expense of our heritage. The preservation of Parramatta's rich built environmental and First Nations heritage is also a priority for me and our city, and I will continue to advocate for our heritage to be protected. And I'll expand on this shortly. With such intensive growth across our LGA, our council has proven itself to possess the expertise necessary to ensure much better planning outcomes than in the past. What is critical to the success of our city is recognition by the state government that our council understands our city and, most importantly, our community better than anyone. It is with this in mind that I would like to focus on a few critical aspects of the City of Parramatta's submissions in response to the Parramatta Powerhouse project. Parramatta is a low-lying catchment area, hence it is prone to flash flooding. And when it floods in Parramatta, water levels rise very quickly. The City of Parramatta has invested significantly on flood mitigation measures. However, we cannot stop floods occurring. We can only work to minimise risk and endeavour to keep our community safe. Since the idea was first floated for the Powerhouse Museum to be built on the riverbank site, the city has constantly raised three critical elements relevant to the site: connection to its sense of place, the river and civic link as set out in the Parramatta City River Strategy, protection of heritage on the site, and flooding. The DPIE has approved a design for the Parramatta Powerhouse with an undercroft. In Council's submission of 12 November 2020, it recognised the efforts made to modify the design to align with the competition-winning visualisation that showed a landscape that included a sloping embankment and a seamless relationship with the Parramatta River. However, Council maintains its view that the Undercroft is not an appropriate solution for the site. Our position is contrary to the view that the proposed Undercroft area is the best and only outcome for the site to mitigate and appropriately manage riverine flooding, and instead maintains its concerns regarding the Undercroft due to potential threat to life, property and critical building services in a flood event, including evacuation via single limited capacity lift. Council considers this to be a contradiction of the Floodplain Developmental Manual and New South Wales Flood Policy, and holds the view that there are alternative solutions, including removal of the Undercroft from the design to be replaced with a suitable sloping riverbank section as a potential viable solution to manage the conveyance of floodwater. This would have the benefit of creating a more integrated foreshore landscape where the natural sloping riverbank profiles that existed before the former car park was originally constructed could be considered as the baseline for pre-development conveyance capacity and afflux considerations. The recommended conditions of consent confirm that no consent is granted for the use of the Undercroft for any purpose other than flood mitigation. Fixed, permanent and permeable Undercroft screens must be provided, and construction and operational flooding emergency management plans are required. What is so disappointing about this outcome is that a central selling point of this arts and cultural institution was to be its interface with the community, and that opportunity has been missed. This space, this Undercroft, was sold to us on the premise that it would be valuable community space for our city to use for recreation, for creation, and for any activity that our community wanted to engage with the institution or with each other. And the inclusion of the Undercroft, that is off limits for any purpose other than flood mitigation, prevents this. Our city sees an opportunity to redesign the interface between the buildings and the surrounding public space. Replacing this vertical transition will improve connections between the building and the river foreshore, providing opportunities for a range of civic events that are more in keeping with the original vision of a river square public space that was envisioned in the original Parramatta City River Strategy. And if the recent flood events have not taught us anything, I don't know why we continue to have these conversations, about flood mitigation, because for our city, we've invested a lot of money and we're seeing the fruits of those labours, but we've just experienced a very mild flooding event for our city, not so for other parts of New South Wales. We've benefited from investment, but what concerns us is that we have an opportunity here to ensure that this Parramatta Powerhouse actually is designed in a way that meets the needs of the community and is safe and actually engages with the place that it is located. It actually sits within those environs and actually has a relationship with the river. And we feel that this current design does not allow for that. I just would like to quickly touch on St George's Terrace. As you are aware, Council's prior resolutions demonstrated unanimous support for the retention of both Willow Grove and St George's Terrace on the site. Council supports the revitalisation of St George's Terrace, but we have asked Infrastructure New South Wales to reflect on more of the original elements of these buildings. Our city doesn't oppose the removal of more recent additions, as this would allow for the retention, conservation and integration of the remaining original brick structure. Whilst it's understood that the removal of the internal walls allows for greater flexibility, from a heritage perspective, it would be sensible to conserve and restore those existing and visible features that are typical of its architectural style. Based on the heritage advice to date, we request that the applicant retain chimneys, reinstate the veranda floor, balcony floors, roof and balustrades, opening sizes, installation of doors and windows to match original proportions. And given that it's now the only heritage site building on the site, it would be a wonderful opportunity to actually celebrate what remains. If there is one lesson to be learnt from the Powerhouse project, it must be the importance, acknowledgement and incorporation of local expertise and feedback for all future state government projects across New South Wales. Parramatta has a torrid history of getting what we're given and being expected to suck it up if it fails to meet our needs, respect our places or be fit for purpose. We, the residents, leaders, employers, investors of our city, know what we need to succeed. Together we can shape our own future and ensure it is in keeping with what we need to achieve and flourish. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
Thanks, Chair. I'll kick off with a few questions. Thanks, Councillor Davis and Ms Mead for coming along. I wanted to start on St George Terrace. I just wanted you to elaborate a little bit more on what you think would be a more appropriate use of that part of the site. I understand that currently the idea is really just to kind of keep the front facade, but that almost all of the rest will be lost. And I suppose I just wanted to talk a little bit more about the opportunity to actually keep more of the footprint of that building and integrate that into the design.
Yeah, look, we haven't got a lot of detail on how the building will be incorporated and what the eventual
that makes it hard.
what the eventual plans are for that building. But as a city, we really feel that it's important to respect those terraces because they are the only terraces remaining in the city of Parramatta. They talk to a particular period in time. They're actually older than Willow Grove, and we actually are very fortunate as a council. We have our own heritage expert employed by the council, and on the advice that we've received, they really do believe that it would be a very missed opportunity if we do not try to restore that building, definitely incorporate it in with the Powerhouse, with the Parramatta Powerhouse, but actually reinstate those features that I mentioned, the balcony floors, the chimneys, the veranda floor, all of those features of the building that actually, speak to that point in time.
Yeah, give it life, give it stories. I recall when we went to Willow Grove, you can see it from the outside and it looks gorgeous, but when you go inside, it's often those features that are much more powerful.
Yeah, and one thing to note is that the heritage interpretation strategy that was submitted with the original DA, it did not include the built heritage retention of St George's Terrace, and our council is asking that should be prepared and presented prior to any further decisions being made about the future of St George's Terrace.
Thank you. Just wanted to move on quickly to the Willow Grove relocation community consultative committee. I'm probably getting that name wrong, but
something like that.
That's right.
Yeah.
Change that.
Oh yes, if you want to ask about St George's Terrace, that's fine.
A question, if that's all right. Lord Mayor, have those submissions in relation to Willow Grove. Have you made them directly to the Minister or to Create Infrastructure or to Lisa Havila as Chief Executive of the museum?
You mean St George's Terrace?
You mean St George's Terrace?
Did I say?
You said Willow Grove.
That's because I
had moved on, but we're going back to St George's Terrace.
Yes, I meant St George's Terrace.
Yeah, so that submission has been made in response to the call for submissions.
Yeah, there was a call for submissions.
And it was made to the Department of Planning and Environment. So it was in relation to the modification report.
Did you provide copies to the museum?
I wouldn't be sure, but I can...
Could I just encourage council to do that?
Yes, thank you.
No worries, that was all.
I had one question on St George's Terrace.
Oh, yeah, go now.
Just on St George's Terrace.
Let's finish up on St George's Terrace,
Lord Mayor, the intent of council is to retain them as terraces. That's one core part of it, isn't it? And the internal structure and the flow between the buildings is one core part of the historic importance of St George's Terraces. Is that part of Council's concerns?
Yes, we feel that we understand that there would be a desire by Create New South Wales to possibly, well, for want of a better word, gut the building so that it can be used as exhibition space. But we believe this is an opportunity to actually highlight the heritage and use that as part of the exhibitions that are actually part of the museum. Or in turn, we don't know what the purpose of that building is going to be. This is one of the challenges. I attended a meeting with Lisa Havila, I think it was on the 22nd of February, with our CEO and senior staff, and it was very light on in terms of detail about what will be going where. That's why it would be very disheartening to actually see damage done to that building if there isn't any clear view yet of what its future use could be. I would think that, as I said, given what's already happened on that site, it would really be a very wise move to actually respect the heritage that's left.
We don't want facadism, where it looks like a terrace on the outside and it's a big box on the inside.
I think my suspicion is that the buildings have been so altered that there's so little left but the facade that it would work with Off you go, Ray.
Oh, I just wanted to... Oh, no, keep going on St George's Terrace.
So, Lord Mayor, have you had your heritage officers go into St George's Terrace and make it after having had access to the site?
I would assume that the current officer would not have had that access, given that we don't have, we don't own that site any longer. It would have been based on information that they had prior.
But you would like a collaborative approach with Council and its heritage officers and the museum to retain and celebrate the heritage as much as possible.
Definitely. And as I mentioned, given that we didn't even have the heritage interpretation strategy to work off, which actually would have provided a lot of detail about the condition of the building so that we could have made a more informed assessment and a more informed submission, is sort of, flying blind a little bit.
That's it, Rose.
I was just asking about the Willow Grove Relocation Consultative Committee. I mean, Ms Mead, are you on that committee? Is your group represented on that?
Annette Pittman from Create New South Wales asked us to put an expression of interest in to be a part of the committee at least 3 times. Our executive committee and members decided that would be against our principled stand that heritage should not be relocated as per the Borough Charter. I think Article 8, which is on location and setting and its spiritual connection to site. So we couldn't be involved in that. It would just set too dangerous precedent for us in all the other beautiful heritage in Parramatta to support the relocation of the committee's intention, which is to put it in Cumberland Hospital, which we feel would be another heritage crime to put a rich businesswoman's Victorian Italian villa in a convict site.
I mean, and look, accepting that's definitely not the outcome you want to see. I mean, and in a way, the outcome you want to see is the one that the government has made, sort of impossible in a way, which is retaining it on that side. I mean, is there anything else you'd like to use this opportunity to add in terms of what's next, or any ideas you do have about the future for what the building, the elements of the building that have been preserved, or if you sort of have just decided that in a way that's not going to... I think we should let
Willow Grove and the memory of Annie Gallagher, the strong pioneering woman, rest in peace of where she was. And I think a blue plaque nomination in remembering Annie Gallagher as a strong female of Parramatta being put on the site where her house was would be the most respectful thing to do.
Thank you. That is an excellent suggestion.
For full disclosure, I agree, and indeed I supported that Blue Park proposal, and I hope it succeeds.
Could I ask then a follow-up question?
Yes, that's fine, yeah.
Suzette, given that that's your view on be reassembled? What should happen to the materials?
Well, I'd like to see some of them shown to the public, I guess, and if there was ever to be a Museum of New South Wales celebrating our fine history of Parramatta, I think the story of Annie and all the people that were born in Willow Grove and all the women that owned Willow Grove, I think is an exceptionally important part of Parramatta's history. And Parramatta is made up of exceptionally strong women's stories, which are yet to be told, which I think is a really exciting element that we've not even dived into, which what makes us so enthusiastic about trying to get funding for these wonderful stories instead of getting stories brought in, because we have so much to say.
I just had one last question on another topic though. So, I mean, I know we have limited time, but if you wanted to ask about Willow Grove, I just wanted to ask Ms Davies, I understand that there has been some revision of the plans and that the rooftop space has been reduced. And I wondered if you had any reflections on that in terms of the overall open space on the site. Because obviously, I mean, I may be wrong. I would not profess to be as expert on these things as other people, but it seems to me that open space on the site is obviously important. That's interface both with the river and the city. Do you have any comment on that? Or?
Yeah, so with the most recent modifications, there were two aspects to that. One is a change to that eastern roof terrace, and the other were the proposed changes to St George's Terrace. Council also noted that the eastern roof will allow for additional event space, which is welcome. However, the reduction in landscaping when compared to the original approval from the department needs to be addressed, because our view is that there should be an increase to landscaping elsewhere on the site to ensure there is no net overall loss to a green space. And as you know, in planning these days, a rooftop terrace counts for green space, so
that's
somehow...
Right, there's a rooftop terrace and then there's a rooftop terrace, and we use very differently, right?
Yeah, so that's just one of the concerns that Council has raised that needs to be addressed as part of this redesign. But really, there are still these key issues that have not been addressed from the original submissions, and that's why I've focused so much on the Undercroft.
That's all from me, so.
Yeah, can I go back to the Undercroft? Because part of the initial pitch about the putting it on the river was to have that interplay between the museum and the river to enliven the riverfront. But because of the enormous difficulties dealing with the flooding, there'll now basically be a concrete cage underneath the river, underneath the museum. How does that impact on Council's vision for activating the riverfront and making that a cultural precinct?
Significantly, because we believe and have stuck to this as a key issue throughout this whole process. It's been a real sticking issue, is that the river needs to integrate with the site, and we see that green spaces between the river and the building as an opportunity to have open public space, to be able to have outdoor events, to activate it, whether or not it be by the museum or by council, by others. It is an opportunity to connect with the civic link as well, even though the civic link doesn't actually meet with our original vision in terms of its width. At least it still does carry through from Horwood Place, so it does still exist, and we want to ensure that is an active space. We, right from the outset when I first got on council and we were shown the original concepts for the museum, we were sold this concept about public space and public accessible space. And one thing that we know about creative arts is that you need places and spaces to rehearse and to bring those ideas and visions to life. And I think a really good example of where it works well is down at the ICC, where every day you see people practicing their dancing in the windows along that alleyway between the two buildings. And it's such a lovely thing to see people using that public space in a creative way. And they're people that can't afford to go and hire a rehearsal room. They wouldn't be doing what they're doing if they didn't have that public free accessible space. And so when we were told about this area under the building, we sort of felt that that was an opportunity, because even in terms of structured rehearsal space, something we really struggle with currently at Riverside Theatres. We don't have rehearsal space there, and it's been a challenge for years. So it was such a great opportunity. So to not only not have that active riverbank, but also to lose access to any free community space under there is really, really disappointing. Because when we first saw that design, we were not told that it was going to be, it was not going to be accessible.
You weren't told it was basically a flood mitigation.
Yeah, and that's why, as I've mentioned today, Council still is of the view that it's not too late to actually revisit that and focus on directing the floodwaters down through the river as a natural flow rather than across the site. As I've said to you before, we have got a lot of experience in Parramatta when it comes to flooding, and we have spent a lot of money, that's investment from state government as well, on flood mitigation. It doesn't stop the floods, but we are learning a lot more about what we need to do to manage those sites along the river. And I just feel that at some point in time, and now is the perfect time, someone has to sit down and listen to the expertise. We also, today, I believe Jen Concardo and Brett Newman, our CEO, were invited to speak at the inquiry, and they decided not to speak, and that's because they felt that until the current flood modelling is completed for Parramatta, that it would not be wise to speak publicly. Now, that's not going to be completed until July. That is an extremely important body of work. We've been waiting on it for a long time, and I think it still is very critical to this development. And we've been banging on about it for a long time, and it's been falling on deaf ears. But I really think it's very important that that is taken into consideration.
One of the recommendations we might make would be that there be an urgent review of the plans on the publishing of the flood models in July. Would you support that?
Yes, because, and I think that, look, you all know that, that there's been a lot of discussion about flooding and the concerns, and 1 in 1,000-year floods, 1 in 100-year floods. It's about that fast rising water and ensuring that people can evacuate safely. The evacuation plan does not have to be presented until the occupation certificate is issued. So that is a long way off. So we need to make sure now that everything is in place, and we do as much as we can now to ensure that when we get to the other end, we don't go, oh, gee, we probably should have done that because now we've got a problem. So we haven't even had the sod turning yet. This is the time to be doing it. Yeah.
We've run out of time.
All right, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Indeed, and we're finished for the afternoon. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much.
We don't have...